All right, folks, let's get started this morning. We're gonna be flying the Boeing 787-9. We have so those of you who have the Magknight 787-9 Aviator Edition version, there's a new version out, version 1.7. 1.7. We'll go over a couple things here. This flight today is going to be this new version. We're going to be flying from here from Atlanta to Amsterdam. It's going to be a full flight. We're going to go ahead and take this as a cold and dark start as well too, so that we can look at all the new updates as well while we're having this flight. Let's take a quick look at these updates that just got released as well. So let's just look at them real quick here, just briefly before we dive into our flight. See now released the biggest update that they're advertising as here. Let's look at the details. So improved fuelage and cockpit art. Okay, screen LCD effects, what have you. Okay, so that's good. Um, Cockpit hatch, extra cargo doors. So here's all the line of as far as all the updates that we're going to see as far as the improvements here. Improved fuel system. Interested in as far as how that's going to operate here. Automatic fuel jettison. We won't be jettisoning no fuel going across the map here. That's one thing we're not going to do. Let's see cross feed. Interested in that cross feed. Let me see automatic checklist. Okay, so this automatic checklist. Yeah, we'll take a look at that as we go along here. I just want to be very careful with the checklist here. I don't want it to be an opportunity for it to crash us in the middle of our session here. But we'll softly touch on that checklist here as we go through, just to mirror it to make sure that checklist is updated automatically here. So we can bounce on that as well too during this here flight. Um, En route CPDLCs, ACARs as well, and the various other features that you see here. Toe brake animation, on the fly reload, cabin sound packs. Okay, QNH pressure range, brake pressure simulation. Okay, all right. So we got some pretty significant updates here for this version 1.7 point zero. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about our flight today, and dive into our flight plan. So through SimBrief here, and also this is nav charts here. But through SimBrief, let me open up SimBrief real quick so we can look at our flight plan that we've created through SimBrief here. Let me see, pull that up here. Okay, one second. Okay, here's our flight plan through SimBrief that we established. We're gonna be flying initial cruise altitude 350 is what we planned for as far as initial cruise today. Um, we also see we have on this flight some ETOPS, as well too. We'll once we get airborne and get cruise, we'll this episode is not to do a tutorial on ETOPS, but while we're cruising, let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and add our ETOPS in our flight plan while we're at cruise altitude. Okay, it'll be a secondary flight plan that we'll initiate. We won't actually initiate, but we'll set it up just in case if we need to exercise any of these emergency routes here during ETOPS. So we may play with that a little bit while we go airborne here. We'll see as we go along. Here's a breakout of our plan right up here. Let's look a little more detail as far as that. Let me see. Here we go. Right here. Let me bring this up. Okay, so here's a better snapshot as far as our plan. So cost index is going to be 20. Let me see. The amount of passengers we're looking at is 350 passengers. Payload of 80,000. Let me see. We got a fuel of 99,000 pounds of fuel. Takeoff weight is going to be 466,000 pounds. Okay, preliminarily, that's what we're going to start off with here as far as the gist of understanding that and seeing that. let's look at our route a little bit more in detail here. Okay, so starting off from Atlanta, yeah, see, we're gonna be departing via runway 27 right. We'll pull up the airport here real quick. Take a look at our airport. Okay, here's our airport here. We are currently located right here on the grid during our ramp 5. We're gonna be taxiing to runway 27 right for our departure via taxi ramp 5, taking a left on Lima, taking Lima all the way down to Lima Alpha for the full length of the runway 27 right. Okay, with this air departure, we're going to be departing via the Plumber 2 SID. Yeah, here's our overview as far as that SID for Plumber. So when we depart runway 27, we're going to be heading 275. Okay, at 27 right. Yep, 275 to intercept course to 249 degrees to a football, as you see there. Then to Zal, then G Golf, and then out to Plumber. Okay, top altitude right now, restriction of 10,000. So we'll make sure we monitor that and make sure we set that accordingly with our plan to make sure that we don't exceed beyond 10,000. Make sure we're following our route specifically as far as our climb. With that, folks, I think that pretty much sets as far as our SID. So we're going to depart via SID, direct to VOR Spa. Okay, Spa VOR. It's right here, which is Spartanburg, and then direct to Casanova, and then we're gonna go into our airways. We're gonna then start our airways at Juliet 48 Airways, and we're gonna come out of our airways at the VOR Westminster. Okay, from Westminster, we're gonna then go direct to Robbinsville. And then from there, we're going to hit our next airway, which is going to be, Quebec 430. Now, we're going to stay with Quebec 430 through. We're going to come out of 430 at, we're going to stay on Airways 430 all the way through to come out at Nantucket. Okay? So Nantucket's where we're going to come out of the airways, then direct to Raphine. Okay. From Raphine, then we're going to direct to coordinates north 45, west 50. Okay. Then more coordinates as we're going across the map here. We're going to set all these coordinates. And then from these coordinates, then we're going to go direct to, it says Denham. From Denham, we're going to go direct to LSOX. LSOX direct to Everin. Then from Everin, we're going to hit another airways here, L607. And we're going to stay with L607 until we come out at L607 at, let's see, L607. We're going to stay on Airways L607 and come out at NLAC. NLAC, so we're going to come out of airways there, okay? Come out of airways at NLAC. Then we're going to do a soft touch on another airway here, 179, and come right out of it at Compton, I'm sorry. Compton, then we're going to make another airway connection from Compton to Mike 197 Airways. Okay, it's Mike 197 Airways there. And then we're going to come out of Mike 197 come out of that at the Red Fay. That's a Red Fay. So we're going to come out of that right at our Red Fay star coming into Amsterdam. Okay, that is our route, folks. That is our route from Atlanta. So coming into Amsterdam. So let me see. So once we hit Radfa, we need to be below 23,000 feet. Take that all the way into here until we get to what's that? Sugul, right there, Sugul. Make sure that we are below 10,000 feet by the time we hit Sugul, and then we'll make for our arrival. Right now, we are expecting runway 22 for Amsterdam. Let's take a look at that runway for Amsterdam real quick here. Let's see, pull up our airport. Okay, so 22, where's 22 at? Let's see, 22. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not gonna, no, we're gonna do better than this on our arrival. We're not gonna take, we're not gonna come in this route for 22. We're most likely gonna be coming in on 27. Let me do a quick tweak here. Now this is preliminary too. This is all can possibly definitely change as we get closer to Amsterdam based on the weather change, what have you. So all this winds can change. But let's just make a just appropriate change here. Let's just expect that the winds will be coming from the west here, and we can right now set for runway 27. Okay, let's just do that. Let's go ahead and make that general adjustment right now as far as expectation here. So let's go ahead and set 27 as our, let's make a change here to this runway 22. Change this approach. We'll make this 27 instead. You see, go ILS 27 right here. Okay. And let's see how that looks here on our map. Let's take a look here. Okay, that looks much better. That looks much better, folks. I like this route much better here. Let's look at that in more detail here. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at that runway arrival 27. Let's see, 27 ILS approach. There we go. Nice. Come from Seagull. Come across here. Come across this route right here. Okay, and then we're gonna turn in for our approach right into. Okay, this looks good, folks. I like this arrival here much better. Okay, looks like we'll most likely be turning straight into our glide slope as well too, as you can see, right? When we make this 297-degree turn, we should be angling down to immediately catch our ILS along with our glide slope as we're coming in this route here. So okay, all right. So that's where we are as far as our initial flight here, our planning. Let's get back to Atlanta and let's get ready to get our flight started here. Let's get our flight started here out of Atlanta. Okay, let's pull that off to the side. Okay, all right. So that's pretty much that's the gist as far as getting us started off here. Some initial some things to look over, review. And again, we're going to be kicking off today's flight with as a cold and dark start. Coming out of Atlanta, and then you know, like I said, we're going to go through the different upgrades and stuff that we've noticed here for this new version 1.7. All right, so without further more, let's go ahead and jump in our cockpit and let's just take a look at some things here. All right, so let's go ahead and let's look around here. So it does like we have some nice LCD. Let's see some kind of dust on the screens, kind of like make it look more realistic, as you can tell as well too. We're capturing down on that. Let's see, all this looks good. Everything looks the same. Okay, so we're at okay, everything does look pretty good here. Let's look around a little bit here on this version. All right, let's get some power to this aircraft. Let's get it powered up here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Battery powers. Okay, I got them on. Okay, let's turn on IRS. Turn those on as well too. We don't have APU gens going on yet, so we'll keep that off for now. Let's just turn on our fuel pumps. Get those started there. Let's see. Okay, so let's get on over to here to our display here, and put some ground. Turn some ground units on here. Get us some ground power. Let's go back up top. So make sure we turn on the external ground power there. So power to our cabin. Okay, let's go ahead and turn our AC buses on. Okay. Turn on our seatbelts. Communications. Let's see. Let's do AC. Receptacle fans. Turn on some packs on too. Get air to the cabin. All right. We won't turn our beacon on yet. We're still got to set up our FMC. This window heat's going on. I know the weather's not bad down in Atlanta right now. We'll just go ahead and go ahead and get our windows heated now. Hydraulics. Turn those hydraulics on. Turn all our hydraulics on as well. Okay. All right. No anti-ice right now. So. Okay. Okay, let's also for to let you know as well too, we're actually going to be flying with we are on VATSIM. XPilot is engaged here. If air traffic control comes on, we will be communicating with air traffic control. If they do monitor our airspace here. Okay, so let's look at our flight plan first before we start our load. Let's just go ahead and program this. Okay, so initial. Let's see here. Okay, look at our nav date there. Everything looks good. Okay, all right. So start keying some of this data in here manually. Get down to our keyboard here. Okay. All right. So. Okay. Atlanta. Okay. And Amsterdam. EHAM. Okay. Flight number. Okay, initiate that. Let's get so we're going to be departing again, runway 227. Actually, I'm going to ask us first as far as our SID. So we're going to be departing via Plumber. Oh, yeah, it does want us to do runway first. No worries. So let's go back here. Okay, runway 27 right via Plumber. Okay, and via transition Spa. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and key in our routes here. All right, from Spa direct to CSN. CSN direct. We're gonna go with this one, this VOR here. It's 435 miles. Let's do an Airways Juliet 48. Juliet 48 Airways. Coming out of Airways 8 EMI. Okay, direct to Robbinsville. RBV. We're gonna go to one at 617 miles from us. Okay. Then we're gonna go next Airways Quebec 430. Quebec 430. Come out of this Airways Quebec 430 at ACK. Okay, next. It's gonna go. We're gonna go come out of the airways at Raffine. RAFIN. Okay, as a direct. Then we're gonna go. We're gonna start our coordinates here. So we're gonna go north 45, west 50. Okay, and we'll keep keying these coordinates here. North 46, west 40. Okay. Okay, north 48. North 48, west 30. Okay, north 50. North 50, west 20. Okay, and then we're gonna go direct. Let's see, let me go ahead and execute that. Next page, we're gonna go direct for Denim. DINIM. Okay. Okay. From here, from Denim, we're then gonna go direct to LSOX. Direct to LSOX. Okay. Direct to Evrin. EVRN. Okay, from Evrin, we're gonna go. Evrin, we're gonna get another Airways L607. L607 Airways, and we're gonna come out of L607 at INLAK. Let's see, INLAK. Okay, and then from there we're going to hit another short Airways L179. L179. And come out of that via CPT. Okay, execute that. Next. Okay, then we're going to hit Airways Mike 197. See, M197. We're going to come out of this Airways M197 at red phase. So RED, FA. Okay, and from there, we let's execute that. Let's go ahead and put in our arrival now into Amsterdam, which is going to be red phase arrival. Red phase 1 arrival, yes, 1 alpha. And we're going to be expecting runway 27, ILS 27. Okay, our transition is going to be Sugal transition. Accept that. Legs, let's look at our legs here for any discontinuity. It all looks good. Okay, climb. Our climb is going to be as such. Cruise. Let's see what our cruise speed is going to be today. Let's look at our plans here and see what our cruise is going to be. So our cruise is going to be cruise Mach 0.85. Mach 0.85. Okay, and cruise altitude is going to be 350. Okay, now we have shown our FMC as far as all of our climb steps here, all the way through up to 350. And then as we get closer to our arrival, we see where we're going to start our top of decline there, roundabout between Gaspa and Ratlow. Okay, and these are all at decent altitudes all the way into our airport. So that's all set. That looks good. Let's walk through our plan, folks. Let's walk through our plan real quick here. Let's set our plan. Let's step through our plan. Set our range out a little bit here. There we go. Now let's step through our plan. Let's walk through it here just to make sure it flows well. So far, so good. Everything looks good here. There's our arrival. Turn there for our approach. 27. Looks good. It's a good plan, folks. Let's go ahead and take some. Let's clear our board off here a little bit and see if we can clear some of the information that we currently have on the on our chart here. Let's see if we can clean that up. Take off a couple things here. Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. I think it's the menu here. Here we go. Yep, menu. Let's take off. So we don't need all those waypoints there. We don't need that right now. So we're good. We'll take all that off. That looks better. Let's go back. Let's go back into map mode. Okay, map mode. We're back there. Okay, everything's good there. All right. We still gotta load up our aircraft here. Let's look at our instruments. Make sure we turn our appropriate mics here. So we're gonna be operated off of the left instrument here. Right. Now we'll have the we'll just monitor the other frequency later as we take off. We'll write down monitor the left frequency for now here. Systems. You see the lights look good. Everything else looks good. Let's see. What about our squawk? Let's set our standard squawk now to let's just go ahead and just go squawk mode Charlie already. Okay, so we're set squawk mode Charlie. We're good. We'll leave that as is. And we're just squawking standard 200. Okay, back to our frequency here. We are showing 122.8. Correct. Okay. And we want to turn our mic on here. Yep, we got our mic on. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Turn our mic on there. All right. No further more. Let's. I think we're about ready to start loading this aircraft up here. So let's go ahead and minimize this here, and let's get over to our programming here, so we can set this up. Okay. We're done with that. All right, so let's get into our menu. Let's configure our aircraft here. Let's go in. So look at our plans here as far as passengers. So right now we're estimating 350 passengers right now. So let's go ahead and let's queue this up to max this up here. Zero fuel weight. Expecting right now 368,000 pounds. And again, folks, just for your reference here, this information is captured here from our SID brief plan here, where all of our information is in our plan here under weights. Okay, under weight sector and under this initial point here as far as where we're capturing our cost index and what have you. So this beginning of this chart here on SimBrief is where we're capturing this data here. All right, so zero fuel weight. Okay, 368,000 pounds of fuel. Let's look at Let's look at the fuel that we will be traveling with today. It's going to be 99,200 pounds. So let's go ahead and let's load it up here. 99,000. Let's see. Let's get it right around. $100,000. Let's just set with 100,000 and just settle with that. Yeah. Landing fuel. So landing fuel, we're going to be expecting 400 and let's see. Landing fuel 42,000. We're expecting as far as landing fuel. Okay, so that's around about right there. Looks good. Okay, so far so good. Galley, this is going to be an international flight. We'll consider long range flight. Okay. Crew, let's go full crew. Cabin crew, flight crew, international. We already got our passengers already set. We got our cargo already set. Let's look at cargo here. We don't have cargo set yet. Right now we have estimated 80,000 pounds of payload here. Let's take her up and see. I'll make some slight adjustments here. That's the cargo load here. We got some. We're in the red here in some areas to see. As far as our Mac, we'll fix all that. So that's right now is our cargo payload there, our fuel. Now let's see. I know we're going to catch an error here, but let's see what the error is going to be. Let me see. So load aircraft. Okay, 0 fuel weight is greater than max. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Okay. 0 fuel weight is greater than max. Let's see if that did anything. 0 fuel weight is greater than max still. Okay, 0 fuel weight. Let's bring it down. Okay, so we'll start off around here then. So let's load. I think we're good here in this case. Load aircraft. We got okay on that. Let's go ahead and so ground service. Before we initiate, let's make sure we turn on our APUs first, because I think it's going to kick off the external powers here. Let's turn our APUs on now. Okay, so that should be turning over on us here. Let's see. Okay, APU is coming up. Okay, so looks like APU's up. Let's go ahead and turn on APU gens. It's going to turn our beacon on. Let's turn on our center pumps as well too. Let's go ahead and shut off our externals. No longer need externals. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn our anti-ice on as well too. Now let's go down and let's initiate this here now. Go back to our performance, initialize flight. Let's see, load fuel, cargo. Okay, let's see what happened here. We lose our configurations here. Let's just double check. So fuel's 100. Okay, load. Okay, so we're good there. Everything was good. Ground power is actually still on. Okay, normally, I think for this version here, when you initiated your flight here, when you initiate that flight, what'll happen that it'll shut off your ground powers without you doing it. So that's a fix there in this version. It's good to see that. All right, let's turn off these ground power here. I want us to be allowed to be able to do that when we hit the initiate there. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. We're loaded up. Fuels, everything's loaded. Cargo's loaded. Passengers loaded. We're all set there. Okay. Let's. All right. So let's get back over to. All right. So let's get back over to our instruments here. Let's set up. Let's make sure that we're start preparing for our departure here. Auto brakes, RTO. Let's put in our altimeter. Our altimeter out of Atlanta right now is showing 2998. Set our altimeter here, 2998. Okay, altimeter is set. We're all good there. Let's look at our performance. Let's look at something here. Let's come back over here. There's a couple of things that we need to look at here. Okay, performance. We're going to be departing runway 27 right. We have 27 right. Right now, the conditions in Atlanta is. Right now, they're dry. The winds are coming out at 270, 10 knots. It's going to be 270, 10 knots. Whoops, sorry. Let's get back over to our menu here. All right. 270, 10 knots.
27 left, alarm.
Okay, so what I was explaining was that, folks, is that this QNH here is not working accordingly like it should. This is an issue here. We apparently the update the update 1.7 did not fix this. We're not able to actually put our altimeter in here. So tried a few times, it's just not working out there. So it looks like the update's not working out for the QNH. No big deal. We'll just go forward on that. Just note that our flaps, we're gonna have our flaps at 20 degrees as far as our takeoff. And let's go ahead and do a calculation here. Okay, so takeoff weights below basic mass, QNH outside data, performance not valid. It's not being friendly with us here. So let's just do this. This is how I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little workaround here, just because of the sake of this update here. So our QNH, our altimeter is 2998, which is equivalent to a QNH 1015. We'll just go with that and be done with it. So let's do 1015, which is correct. All right, and that's what we're gonna have to go with. All right, so takeoff weight is below basic mass. So let's okay, takeoff weight to see. Let's go back to see what our takeoff weight actually is, and let's make that update. So let's go back here. See, what is our takeoff weight? Takeoff weight is 482.3. $482,300. Okay, there we go. Now we should be able to calculate. And here we go. Here's our outcome here as far as our calculation. So there's our V1, rotate, and our V2 speeds. Trim's going to be 6.5. Okay, let's go ahead and set our V2 at 160 here. Let's go ahead and set our speeds, to 160? Let me check here again. 160. Yep, 160, even 160 here. Let's go ahead and set that here. All right, so let's fix this. Okay, gets down to 160. Okay, it's set. All right, and our importantly our trim is going to be 6.5. Let's set our trim 6.5. Trim is set, folks. It looks like we are about prepared. I think that's about it. We set up. We did a cold and dark start. We set up our flight plan, establish set up our performance for the flight here too. Everything's set. Flaps 20. We're gonna be having. Okay, so it all looks good, folks. Let's go ahead and I think we're ready for a push and start. Our top altitude is going to be 10,000, as we want. Let's go ahead and get our let's go ahead and get our push and start going. Let's make sure air traffic control is not online first. Let's double check. Okay, no air traffic is online. Let's go ahead and call for our tow.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect. So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake. Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, folks, let's go ahead and get our engine started up here. All right, let's see. Let's start with first double check here. Okay, our APU is active, it's going. I'm also noticing this update here. It's not allowing us to do anything with the pressurization. I guess they'll just leave that alone. It's not giving us an option here. All right. Okay, we'll leave that alone as is for now. Let's go ahead and get started on engine number right engine. Start. Let's put some fuel into our right engine there. So we got a clear full startup on that right engine. Let's just take a front HUD view on that. She's rolled up here. Okay, let's go ahead and get our left engine started as well. Okay, turn on ignition.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, looks like both engines are up and running.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Okay, looks like pushback start is complete. Let's go ahead and set our flaps to 20. Okay. Allow the flaps to come down. Okay, looks like we're all set as far as our flaps are set. Let's go ahead and make sure we have our speed brake already set and armed. Okay. Alright, speed brakes, let's arm you here. There we go. Speed brakes are now armed. RTO set. Okay, folks, looks like let's get our flight director on. Let's go ahead and set our initial climb to be at vertical speed of 1800. We'll have that set. Okay. Looks like we're ready for taxi, folks. Let's go ahead and make our announcement. Let's go ahead and taxi runway 27 right. Atlanta, this is United 1979 Heavy, taxiing to runway 27. Correction, 27 right for 97.9. Okay, so let's get underway here, folks, and let's release our brakes. Let's give it some throttle, and let's taxi to 27. Okay, folks, we're gonna go ahead and go ahead and line up runway 27 right here for departure. Atlanta traffic, this United 1979 Heavy, lining up runway 27 right for immediate departure. Okay, folks, let's go ahead and depart. Runway 27 right.
Knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate.
Bank angle. 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 Bank angle.
All right, folks, we're climbing via SID. Got a good climb here. Autopilot is engaged. Crossing altitude 9,000. We'll continue our climb up to initial 10,000, and then we'll proceed to our cruise altitude at 350. Okay, folks. So far, so good. We're flying as planned. Via SID for our initial departure. All instruments seem to be working appropriate here. No concerns as far as the upgrade version here. Everything looks good. We'll continue our climb. We crossed 10,000. We'll continue our climb to 350. Okay, looks like we passed 18,000. So let's go ahead and go to altimeter B standard. Okay, folks. So we did see, going into this here new version here already. We already found one little minor thing, which hopefully they can address and get that fixed as far as our altimeter being set in our performance menu there, getting that fixed. A couple of things are okay. So I see they already have this here progress set to, showing where your top descent is going to be in advance. I think that's new to this version here. I know they did have top of descent, but I didn't know if it was an advanced setting. So I think this is advanced already in place here, as we're seeing demonstrated here. Next screen here. I don't remember seeing this neither. I may be wrong, but I don't remember seeing this neither as far as our current wind direction right now being displayed, showing the winds out at 257 at 71 knots in our current position here, giving us some tailwinds of 69 knots. Don't remember that. I could have missed it on the last version, but this is actually a good feature here, to be able to see this. Well, let's see what else we have. Okay, we don't need nothing for VNAV. We don't need anything here. We're good here. No updates there. So far, nav rats. Okay, all this is the same. Okay, so far so good. When we look at our progress here, when we go over oceanic, this would be very useful, given oceanic our coordinates here as we pass our different waypoints in our reporting our current position as well too through oceanic as we're crossing the Atlantic here. So this would be very helpful for us. This from last to and next waypoints and destination, I do believe that's fine. I don't think there's any updates to that, but this top of descend in advance, I think that may be a new one there. All right, folks, let's continue our climb to 350. All right, looks like we reached our cruise altitude 350. Right now we're gonna go ahead and pick up a speed, match our cruise speed of Mach 0.85. Okay, so as we approach our top Mach speed here, so looking at the couple things here, let's just go ahead and look around. This front door lock failure, not sure how to fix that. That's a new one as well too. So looking at our front door here, unlock, auto, and deny. Let's see if deny does anything there. Deny doesn't even change that. Auto. Let's go. Let's take a look at our door here. As a matter of fact. Ah, okay. There's the reason why. Our door is still open. So let's go ahead and close it. Sweet. Okay, now let's take a look at it. We have it set for auto, and the error message is gone. Okay, all right, all that's look like it's working well. All right, folks, just to recap a couple things here. So, all right, so right now we're at cruise altitude 350. Let's see our current position, our location at as far as where we're crossing. Okay, here we are on a map. Looks like we just we're kind of early in the leg here as far as our flight. We're still heading up the East Coast here, head to Amsterdam. I want to give a quick snapshot too, as far as how we're looking on VATSIM. Let's take a look there as well too. Let's see, stand by. Let's see. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, so looking at VATSIM. So when we look at VATSIM here, we'll see that we are located right here, right out of Charlotte. I'm headed up north here. We should be I will say about a 9-hour flight. I think we're already about an hour into this flight already. It makes some good progress here for initial departure. Oh, looks like air traffic control just came on for Atlanta, and they're sending us a queue for us to. Oh no, they haven't. That was a quick disconnect. But looks like Atlanta just came on. As a matter of fact, right when we were just leaving the airspace, as you can see. So we've left Atlanta's airspace. It would have been nice if we could have had air traffic control on our departure, but that's okay. We should most likely be capturing other ATCs as we're going along here. Again, right now, flight altitude 350. We'll probably be staying at 350 once we get out of northern hemisphere, out of Canada into Atlantic. We may go ahead and climb up to 370 as far as the stage climb. As far as different things that we've noticed already for this version 1.7 is that we did notice that we had some small minor things that need fixing, such as the QNH is not set as far as the altimeter for the performance page. Right down this area here. This is not captured accordingly. It's stuck on QNH. It doesn't allow you to put altimeter. So we just looked at what the actual QNH is for the altimeter we had set and set that accordingly. But previously this was automatically changed when we made this adjustment here as far as altimeter is concerned. So that's a performance page update that didn't take place. Besides that, right now, smooth sailing, no other issues or concerns here. Again, another thing that I noticed also is that the progress page here too, I think this top of descent here may be, is the advanced top of descent, looks like it might be a change as well too that was implemented here within this update here. I don't recall seeing this top of the descent this far in advance of the flight, but again, I may be wrong. But I just took notice of that as well too. So. Another recap on our, let's take a look at another dive at our flight plan here that we have in place. So everyone is aware of it as well too. You know, we flew out of Atlanta, being the plumber to departure via said. And here's our route across the Atlantic that we're currently taking here. After we leave Nantucket is where we may have that stage climb to 370. We'll then connect via Raphine. Then from Raphine, we have then waypoints, coordinate waypoints, then to connect going across the Atlantic there. Okay, once we hit this area here, after we leave this this coordinate here, within our first waypoint would then be Denham into Amsterdam. Now going into Amsterdam, our star is going to be the red F1 Alpha star going into Amsterdam. This route we're going to be taking here. Let me get a better view for you here. Overlap. So here's our route into Amsterdam. we're going to be taking the RAF 1 Alpha transition for Sugel into Amsterdam, make our descent into Amsterdam. We're going to cross, once we cross this EH804, and we make our bank to the 297 degrees into to our expected runway 27. We're gonna be, it looks as if we're gonna be turning into our glide slope, as you can tell here, right? So when we make this here turn 297, we're gonna establish our set our localizer. We'll have a frequency set up too, as far as our ILS localizer frequency set up too, so we can capture that as soon as we make this bank turn here, which should put us right into our immediate glide slope into runway 27. Just from the way it looks like we're going to capture that glide slope immediately once we make this turn. So it should be a good landing into Amsterdam. As we get closer, we'll look at the weather as we're getting closer to and see if there's going to be any changes as far as the runway or anything like that. For now, we're just going to go ahead and continue as we are en route and keep tracking and keep following as we go along. We'll be checking in here momentarily. Okay, so let's just continue on forward and enjoy this flight. We'll be checking in here, like I said, momentarily, as far as giving updates as we go along for this flight to Amsterdam. Okay. Just a quick another recap, a little general update again here. So this flight again is from Atlanta to Amsterdam to look at the new updates and edits for version 1.7 that we received for Magknight 787-9 Aviator Edition here. Um, just to recap here again, just minor things so far that we noticed dealing with the performance area of this here setup, dealing with the altimeter, and we have to do QNH here as far as our performance menu, which is no problem at all, and not considered as a major defect, but just something that Magknight needs to look at to make an additional adjustment to based on this new version. And so far so good. No issues, no hiccups. Flight is controlling its altitude. No issues with the FMC, and we'll continue forward. We'll be actually making our step climb as we go across the Atlantic as well too. So we'll be checking in here again momentarily. Okay, looks like we're gonna be really, let's see. So as far as our direction, as far as where we currently are right now, we'll be crossing Washington D.C. Metropolitan area here shortly, crossing over Dulles International Airport, and then carrying on to Robbinsville Waypoint up through New Jersey, New York, and then through Massachusetts on up through Canada. Again, coming really close into we actually are in Virginia right now as far as this departure. Cruise out to 350 right now, maintaining 350 right now until we get out to an Atlantic area. Then we'll go ahead and start a step climb to possibly 370 on up from there. Again, here's a snapshot as far as our current plan right now that's in place, as far as our flight, for our duration, for our legs, and route, and what have you. So we'll continue checking in and recording as we go along. Okay, folks, this is what we're going to do here. We have some not so great weather here. Going into, I'm about to go into Philly and what have you, as you see us right here in this regional area. We're at 350 and we got a lot of cloud coverage here. We want to keep from actually cruising in this. So let's go ahead and do an early climb now. We still have our antifreeze going on. Let's go ahead and climb up to let's just make it 370 here and go ahead and try to get out of this cloud coverage here. Just for our benefit, let's go ahead and climb. We'll go ahead and make an update to our VAT sim too, as far as XPilot, so that air traffic control comes online. They'll see that we've made that change as well on our plan to be at cruise 370 and resubmitted that flight plan so they can see our cruise speed there. All right, so who we have online here? We got Lex. We have let's see, we have ground. So we don't have, only center we have online right now is still Atlanta, as you see there. Going over to VATSIM, we'll see that this, again, just Atlanta right now is online. But here we are right now, and hopefully we'll be capturing other ATC as we continue on. All right, so we've already leveled off here at our cruise altitude 370, and if we get impacted as far as crossing through more cloud coverage, we'll continue our climb to 390. We'll go ahead and make 370 for now. Yeah, I don't like being in that cloud coverage, man. It's you can end up getting ice on your wings, you know what I'm saying, baby? Especially traveling at almost 600 miles an hour. Clouds, baby, is moisture. Is that right? Clouds, that's what it is. Clouds is moisture. That's what rain comes from. Clouds is cloud moisture. If you're traveling 600 miles an hour, that moisture, at that altitude, you know it's like negative 20 degrees. That moisture will turn into that accumulation of ice on the wings, man. It's not good to be flying within that. You know what I'm saying? Get above that shit so you're not flying through that moisture. Make sense? All right, folks, let's do a recap here. Let's look at our position, location to see where we are. Okay, looks like we may be coming out of the Newark area, heading up towards Boston. It's like go to Long Island. It's there at our 9 o'clock. Continuing up towards Boston, and from here waypoint up around Nantucket, send us out past Martha's Vineyard, on out to direct to Raffing. Okay, so that's our current route right now. We've actually climbed from altitude. Original altitude was 350. We're now at 390. Reason for that climb is because we had a lot of cloud coverage, as you can tell from this regional area here. That was pretty high altitude, so to get out of that cloud coverage, we went ahead and climbed to 390 to maintain that cruise altitude. Okay, so we'll continue forward, folks. Right now, no issues. We'll continue flying. We'll be checking in here momentarily. Okay, just recapping right now, we're at cruise altitude 390, continuing our cruise here. Looks like we're our location that we're coming out of right now. Let's do a double check, quick check on our location. Coming out of Boston area, as you see here, Nantucket area. Leaving Boston, heading out through Atlantic to start making a stretch out in this direction here. As you can see per our sim brief map as well too, as far as directional, we are heading now direct to a Raphine waypoint, which has set us up through here. So at this point, we've already crossed our last leg of land here until we get over to Europe. And from Raphine, from here to Raphine, let's look at our distance here we have. So progress, Raphine, 779 miles. Should cross that around 1743 Zulu time. Let's check our time here as well too. See what check our clock here. See our time. All right, so we're at where are we at? 1607 Zulu. So give us about a good I would say about hour and a half or so. We should be up in that region, passing through Raphine. So that's a little snapshot as far as where we are, our leg, as far as where we are. Top of descent is in 2929. Top of descent should be at 2207 Zulu. We should be approximately around about 4 hours from now. We should be already there in Europe. So it's a good flight. We'll continue our cruise and stick with about 2390 for now, and we'll be checking in again shortly. Okay, folks, just a recap real quick here. So we're still at altitude, cruise altitude 390. Current position right now, we are. Here's our current position right now. We left Boston. We left Massachusetts. We're heading up towards our next waypoint. Is actually going to be our next waypoint is going to be. Let's see. Next waypoint's going to be Raphine. At Raphine is going to be approximately. Let's see how much further we have to go as far as distance. Distance to Raphine is going to be a total of 664 nautical miles, and we'll be crossing that at 1743 Zulu. So that's our check-in here, check-in report thus far. Let's see our time here as far as where we are, 1619 Zulu. So that's the difference between the time as far as we're going to be there about good 40 good hour and 10 minutes or so. We should be there. Cruising right now, cruising out to 390 at Mach 0.85, which is ground speed of 570 knots. So we'll continue at our cruise altitude and in direction. We'll be checking in again momentarily. Okay. Okay. Let's get a good quick report. Good report in here. We're 607 nautical miles from next waypoint Raphine. Okay. Let me show you real quick on the map as far as exactly where we are, folks. All right. So Raphine, here we are. We are in on this route here, heading to Raphine waypoint. Okay. Also, see, let's also look at the amount of time we have to our destination. So we're traveling right now at Mach point 85, right? And right now we're cruise out to 390 as well too. So, but let's take another quick snapshot as far as our flight plan and what have you. Our flight plan demonstrates that we will be crossing multiple waypoints, airways as well too. We there is also ATOPS. That's ATOPS is also part of the flight plan. With this here version, it did not show anything to me that demonstrated the easy way to establishing and creating a top. So we're going to go ahead and reserve that for next episode. But let's continue flying, and we'll continue checking here shortly, say at altitude 390. Okay, folks, let's do another quick report, check-in report here. All right. Currently, we are. Let's see. We are located. Let's look at 525 nautical miles now for our next waypoint, being Raphine. Raphine is our next waypoint that we have upon us here on our cross of the Atlantic here for Amsterdam. Okay. Looking at let's look at VATSIM real quick in regards to where we are as well too. So this will give us an estimate. So we got approximately 4 hours 53 minutes before we arrive in Amsterdam. Right now we have cruise altitude 390. We're going to maintain this cruise altitude for the time being. We may go ahead and do some more step climbs here. I'll check the flight plan just to see if it's appropriate or not. We're also going to check winds to see if we can catch stronger tailwinds at the altitude as well too. I noticed something else as far as this version update. Looking at this screen here, in which I don't think we had it previously, but looking at this screen here that I'm demonstrating here, the looking at the legs, see next routes fine, progress. So when you look at the progress page and we go to the next page here, this information, I don't recall seeing this on our last version. I think this is new, folks. Good information here. Currently, our current position right now being at 390. We see that we got winds coming out at 293 at 79 knots, giving us a good tailwind of 73 knots as far as tailwind, which is great. True airspeed is 497 right now. Ground speed is 570. So again, this here right here, as far as this version update, I think this is the current update, but I love it. It's great. Get a lot of use out of that. Again, here's our top descent is going to be 2,661 nautical miles. This right here, demonstrating top of descent. Now I know the previous version had these here progress waypoints and what have you, as far as you know, as far as like reporting to like oceanic, what have you. This is very useful crossing oceanic coverage, given what your previous waypoint was. You cross what's next and what have you. So this is good for reporting. But this right here, this top of descent being at 2656, I don't recall this right here being on our previous version. It may have, but I just never took notice of it until now. So I don't know. This may be an update as well too. So that's that so far as what I'm seeing. One thing I do, again, I'm gonna repeat this again, but one thing I am noticing as well is when we set up our performance of this flight here from the very beginning, we had an issue right here, folks. This QNH. Our altimeter was not able to be set as far as altimeter. It only allows us to do QNH. Now you remember on the previous version, if you go here and you change this here from altimeter to QNH, what have you, right? That automatically updated this from QNH to altimeter, right? Now it sticks to QNH. So the only thing we did was just that we just turned our altimeter to QNH and put that here. But this is something that they did not look at and focus on as far as this update to capture this on the performance screen here, setting up your flight. No issues at all. I just hate to see something that was there. It's not current. So hopefully they'll go ahead and make an adjustment to that and fix that. Again, right now we're still cruise altitude of 390. Here's our position as far as where we are right now. We're making some good progress here. We're momentarily going to continue checking in along this flight here, and I'll be reporting back to you all soon. All right, so we'll continue flying. Okay, folks, again, I'm gonna go ahead and do another report for us here. Let's do a quick check-in report. All right, 400, we're almost at 400 miles now for our next waypoint to Raphine. Show you here, demonstrate that here on the map for us. Okay, here we are here, waypoint Raphine. This is our trip to Amsterdam. Making good progress right now. Weather has cleared up on us coming out of this Boston East Coast region. I tell you, we had to get up on altitude here. We had to climb sooner than expected because of the altitude as far as the cloud coverage, and the weather was not that great. Just to get us out of that cloud coverage, we had to climb. As a matter of fact, let's look at this. We started our climb from 350, which was our cruise. We staged it 337 and then 39 just to get out of this cloud coverage you see here, and this area here is about to update here. Of course, this JFK area here in New York, it was pretty tough grounds there, folks. Now you can see it. You can see the coverage there in that area. We had to get out of that. We were just flying straight through all that moisture and stuff, just to not get no ice built up on our wings and what have you. We went ahead and just got that climb to get up out of there. So we're now cruising at 390. We're going to maintain 390 for the time being. Right now, showing that we're out 4 hours 43 minutes to our destination. Should be reaching that estimated arrival 2930 Zulu. Ground speed is 552 knots. Okay, and that's currently where we are, folks. Let's continue with our cruise here. We'll be checking in again as far as giving a report momentarily. All right, folks, let's check in real quick. I want to take a look at a couple things here. So let's just look at our current plan here that we have in place for us to travel. So you can see our ETOPS here and here as well. One thing I'm noticing that we don't have ETOPS implemented as far as the with this here 787-9. 777 does have a good good option as far as updating ETOPS, but we'll save another episode to actually be able to do a more explanation on ETOPS. Right now, we still maintain 390, then we'll continue on with our travels. I'll be checking in here shortly. Okay, let's see. So, Luigi, looks like I got a comment from you, Luigi. Sorry, just now seeing it here. So your question is, Luigi, is this the new Magknight? Yeah, this is the new Magknight. This is the new Magknight that the version 1.7.0. The last version was 1.6, and I think XPlane released this new version of this Magknight back in a couple days ago. So yeah, just yeah, this is actually a new version. So yeah, yep. So we're flying the new 1.7. Yeah, so hello there, Pudo. So yeah, this is pretty cool. The interior of this this aircraft, I tell you, it's I have no complaints with this Magknight 787. I think they did a really phenomenally good job as far as the interior, right? Kind of makes you feel like you're actually on a flight, you know. So I commend them for this. This is really great. I don't think any updates is this current update that we have, the 1.7.0. I don't think there's any updates to the interior. This was actually on a previous on the older release here, but for the most part, I tell you, it's a fun flight. I really enjoyed to be able to get in and actually see, within the cabin here where folks are actually sitting, right? And then yeah, they put a lot of details behind this, which I really love. This is great, the interior here. And that one that the person who I was just responding to is, I want to make sure I pronounce you correctly here, Demas. If you don't mind, just call you Demas. Thanks for joining, Demas. We'll continue flying, and let me know if you have any questions. So check it out. Looks like so that the first class, we're coming up on a first class cabins, which is right ahead of us. Looks like, look at the details that they put up there in the first class seating. That's I think that's pretty cool. I think they did a job. Let's look around this area here. One thing I like to do too. Let's see if any of these bathrooms are operational. See, yeah, Puda, Demas, yes, I am on VATSIM. I'll open that up so you can see, so you can trace and track me as well too. As a matter of fact, since you asked, let me show you that now, Demas. Let me show you. So here I am, right here on VATSIM, right here, United Airlines 1979, right here. Here we go. I am on VATSIM. You can see cruising altitude 390 is where we are. 3 hours and 3.5 hours before we get to our destination. But UAL 1979 is where you can find me on VATSIM. There you go. All right. Yeah. So let's check out and see if this no, this doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Bathroom doesn't work there. It's okay. We'll keep. Let's check out this first class cabin here in front of us, and let's see what it looks like. Okay, all right. It's nothing too fancy. It's nothing too fancy, but it's still nice. Great details. I'm still impressed with it. Very impressed with it. We'll get up top here and check this area, and then we'll get back in the cockpit here, and we'll give I'll give a good status report update as far as where we are too, once I get in the cockpit here. All right, so I tell you, this is I love it. I really love this. I love the look of it. Makes it enjoyable flying this aircraft. Look at this. Look at the details. all the aircraft I have, I don't get this kind of detail here. This is really good stuff here. All right, and I'm curious. Let's see if this door here, as y'all know, this is a special door to the cockpit. It should be locked. Let's see. Oh no, that's not good. Let me yeah, let me get in our cockpit and let me fix this here. That door should be opening on us. We'll go ahead and close that. That should be locked. Let me see. So Dimitri says the cabin of the Magknight 787 is better than. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. It is. It is. I have not seen anything comparatively better than this at all. It's just, this is the best I can say. You know, out of all the aircraft that I fly here, this is my better ones here. So look at, yeah, that's a great comment. Looking at this this door here, folks. All right, so we have it on auto, right? So you think auto should be auto lock, right? But you know, I don't know. Maybe I got special privileges to open it up. Maybe that could be. We'll just leave it as is. We just put it on deny, but still we should be expecting auto to be recognized. And maybe they went to that level of detail to say, hey, you're the captain, you're able to get back in, no worries. So we'll just go with that for now. But you know, we're all secured. We're good. We're good. Let's give a quick status update here. So right now we're 263 nautical miles from coordinate north 46, west 40. Let's just take a look at that on our map as well. So through our nav charts, open up our nav charts, take a look here. This is where we currently are on our nav charts. Let me click on it. There we go. All right, and that's 425 nautical miles, as well as telling us to north 46, waypoint 40. So we'll continue on route as is, and we're going to maintain our altitude 390 for now. I think this is a comfortable speed. A couple things that I discussed earlier, I want to bring up again here, is that for this version, and again, I think this is an update here. When we look at this this screen here for our FMC, I'm noticing something that may have been an update here. A couple things. So, you know, a legs page, no change there. Route page, no change there. The progress page. Now, this is all from our last, our next destination. I've always noticed that, but I don't know. I never noticed the top of descend here. I never noticed the top of descend this far in advance of actually getting there. I mean, this top of the descend has been here since we depart Atlanta. So usually, you know, I was thinking that this was like when you get closer to the airport, but this is actually good that it shows us that way in advance for planning purposes. So can't argue that. That's a good update if that is an update. Again, I just took notice of that. Let's swing over here to this piece here. As far as our performance tab here, and one thing that I noticed on the performance tab is our QNH is not automatically updated as far as our altimeter. So when we started our flight, right, this is something I noticed immediately, was that, okay, now I've flown this flight many times here. We could change it from you know, putting our altimeter in, whether it's QNH or not. And the only thing it was accepting was QNH. So that's okay. Normally, this will automatically change from QNH to your altimeter, right? When you switch that knob up there. Now it's just staying QNH. No worries. We put our altimeter up there, and then we went ahead and switched it to QNH and put that QNH in here. And then we was able to get our performance information here, calculations. No big deal, not a game killer here. I think this is still really good information. I can't complain too much about QNH, but you know, I hate to have to lose something that we had on a previous version. So hopefully they'll tweak that a little bit. So when folks come across this, you know, they'll know that that hey, just put in your altimeter up there, switch to QNH, put that QNH number here, do your calculations, and everything's gonna add up. So that's that, folks. We'll continue. Top of descent is 1,884 nautical miles. We're gonna go ahead and take it from here, and we'll be reporting back in. Give us like about 15 minutes or so. I'll check back in and get another status report and for everybody, and discuss more about our flight. Okay, so see y'all soon. We'll be right back.
Okay, folks, just real quick here. So, good question from Pudo. He said, this Magknight 787 have ACARS. So yeah, so let's look at some here. So the update that request that the update for this 1.7.0. Here's what it says: en route PLDLC ACARS using Hoppy. Right. So add free text to various pages. Log off responses and free text messages is supported. Oceanic CPDLP clearance request, improve resilience station status shown on login, request pages, SimBrief uplink for aircraft logout, configuration, and flight plans. Okay, so a couple things here. All right, so this here right here, this SimBrief here uplink here. I did not uplink this via SimBrief. Or what we did, we manually put everything in as far as setting up this here flight. So this is something that I didn't test on this here one, and I will be testing on the next flight, of course. Oceanic CP DLC clearance requests. So when they talk about ACARS, I'm trying to understand, like, where would this request go and how would it be submitted. Now, when we're traveling via Oceanic like we are right now, right? When they say on here as far as this update, Oceanic and CP DLC clearance request, it kind of gives me an indication that as far as en route using Hoppy, I don't know what Hoppy is. I'm trying to figure out what the Hoppy is, whether or not it has to be associated. I'm thinking something with these modules here. So let's give me like about 10 minutes. I want to test that out. I want to see if there's something here that I'm not seeing yet dealing with this Hoppy, in which we can request clearance for Oceanic. So folks, give me like about 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes max, and I'll be back. I like to actually look into that. That's a good question there. So I'll be back, folks. Okay. Okay, folks. Okay, I'm back with you here. All right, so let's dive back in. All right, so who we got? We got Marco G online here. Welcome, Marco. Let's see. Okay, so before I stepped out here for a couple minutes here, I did mention that give me a second to look into this 8 cars. We're gonna look into that right now. And also see Marco G. Thanks for joining. You mentioned, so is it all good? So is it all that good? I got the Airbus 350. I can tell you the Airbus 350, Marco. That's a great one too. I have no complaints with this one. Not sure if you was online when I demonstrated the cabin. We walked through the entire cabin of this one. I tell you the details is phenomenal with this flight here. I haven't seen anything better than what than for any other aircraft. This aircraft has the best internal cabin layout features to be included. I'm starting to get more and more used to this here flight too as we go along here. This upgrade here, this version, this 1.7.0, you know, this mission about all these here elements and stuff, all this new stuff, and all these tweaks and whistles and things that's done to enhance this here this version. I'm not really capturing down on how big or significant or how grand these changes are. I'm seeing little tiny things in here, and a couple things. One things that I did notice that need to be fixed as well too. But this 8 cars that Demas has provided information on, I'm extremely curious about this one here. I'm looking up into this to see where is this that we can capture this in this flight, right? To be able to do the following. That these enhancements that are covering down on, right? All right, we're improving resilience. Gotcha. This right here, folks, oceanic CPDLC clearance and request. Like, where is it that we can look in our systems right here within our systems and alone in our cockpit to be able to submit that clearance request to oceanic? Like, I'm trying to figure out where is it that we can find that. So you would think that it'll be let me look further down here, folks. Let's see. Is there something here that allows us to, let me zoom in a little more here, that allows us to capture and report? I don't see that here. This is our standard stuff here. Satellite cabin, GPWS, whatever. That wouldn't be applicable. I don't see anything here where you can capture and report to oceanic for a clearance request while we're en route. Where is it? Anyone who has an idea about that, I think others as well too would benefit from knowing what the heck that is, right? And where to find that. I'm going to keep looking for this because that raises a really good question. Let me look at systems, check communication. Let's do communications and see what this does here. Okay, what is this? What is this communications here? All right, new messages, doors to automatic, seats for landing, descent. Oh, this is just PA information for announcements. All right, ATC review. Let's see. Ah, look at this here, folks. Look at this. I think we may have stumbled across this right here. ATC uplinks, flight info uplinks, sent, flight info downlinks. Huh. Okay, folks, it looks like this might be the area that's being referenced here. And let's pull back and look at what they're demonstrating here. This might be what they're talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but this looks like the area that has the updates here. What is manager? Ah, there we go. Who'd have looked? We walked right into it. 8 cars. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, folks. Good update here. I haven't remote service hoppy. Your logging code, ACAR is enabled. I'm going to play around with this here one here. Good update. I'm gonna do some exercises and practice on that. I'm being very careful right now executing this during this here, and just in case if there's a bug and it crashes our session, you see. But we do see here, Pluto, that we do have that update there. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you mentioned that. Allowed me to look in here and actually dig deep and find it. So thanks for that. Thanks for that update, Pluto. It's very very engaging there. So that helps. I'm gonna practice it here. I'm gonna practice and play with it outside of this episode to avoid us from crashing here. And just in case if there's any bugs there, I hate to have to waste a good flight here with us, right? But let me test this out first, and then I'll go ahead and do it probably on our next episode here. That'll be launching probably tomorrow or so after I test this out. So yeah, thanks for letting me know that, Demas. That was very helpful. Another thing I'm going to mess around with, and I think this is also part of the update too, is this area here. I'm telling you, I'm almost so hesitant right now for clicking on any of this stuff. We know how it is. You know, you're into a good flight, you click on something, next you know, session's crashed on you, right? I really want to so bad to click on some of this stuff, but let me test it outside here first, just to make sure that this is not going to crash us. So I'll test this here after our session. But take a look at it. We have air traffic control uplinks, air traffic control downlinks, flight info uplinks, downlinks, sent, received, and weather. The weather. Let's just risk one quick thing. Let's click on weather and see. Don't get mad at me if we crash, folks. Let's click on weather and see what happens. Okay, 2 clicks, nothing happened. I'm gonna leave it alone. So we'll step off of that for now, and I'll revisit that and come back to it. PA system information there, bars announcements, flight information. Okay, so that's just columns there. Okay, really appreciate that. That was some good updates there. Good info that we can go with. Okay. Marco G, let me ask you, have you have you flown this aircraft yet, Marco G, and also Demas, you too as well. Have you flown this aircraft, the 787 yet? I'm just curious. Let me know if you've flown this aircraft and some of the pluses and minuses that you've gotten out of it, and if you enjoy this flight or not. So yeah, I'm just curious to know. Yeah, well, let me know. Oh, well, let us all know actually. You know. Quick update here in regards to our flight. Let's look at our progress, folks. We got 377 nautical miles before we get to our coordinate, the north 48, west 30. We should be crossing that at 1914 Zulu. Right now we are at, let's see what our time is where we are right now, 18:27. So we got another 30-40 minutes before we make this here next waypoint here. Okay. Weather right now, can't complain about it. Looks great. We're trailing right along, cruising out to a 390. Let's look at our VATSIM real quick here. Let's look at our map on VATSIM. Okay, so we'll bring it over, and here we are right here, right? I got my curiosities driving me crazy about the uplink with the ATC and stuff. I tell you, that's that really got my attention there. So I'm really glad I got that response there from Demas here. But yeah, so look at this, where we are. We're midway across, but the Atlantic. But we got about 3 good hours, and we will be there. So we're making good progress here, a good route. our destination being in Amsterdam. Looks like the weather's okay. No issues in regards to weather so far. As far as our checkup on that, we're still going to be arriving into Amsterdam on the westbound right now, as far as where we're capturing wind right now for that direction. So we'll keep our setup for our arrival as is, the way it is right now, arriving via the red fin 1 alpha. Anyway, so Demas responded. So okay, so no, you have not flying the 787. You do fly a 350. Good choice, 350. But you know, the 787. It's I tell you, it's being a Dreamliner too. We know that's the fancy newest aircrafts out, really, as far as technology wise and all that. I'm really curious with this flight here, and its abilities. Once you get into it and you start flying it, it's pretty darn enjoyable. I tell you, I actually like it. I will say it's like probably my number three aircrafts that I rate as far as out of all the aircrafts that I fly that I enjoy. It's one of these flights here I can say that is good for long hauling, overseas international flights. The one thing also that I can tell you that I was very happy with this here when they made the upgrade to this here, I think it was back in version 1.6. What is this module here? Is this the performance module and all this? They put a lot of work into this on the last version, which was great. I mean, with the load capacity and stuff, adjust and load the flight, and how much cargo, how much crew you're gonna be. I mean, the analysis as far as what you go through with this here setup here is phenomenal. Flight configurations, you see what I'm saying? Your amount of passengers, zero fuel weight. We know we captured all this information from our sim brief. Let me just pull it up here so we can see where we get this stuff from. So sim brief, right? Our printout from sim brief here, as y'all see, most of that information is already on here as far as our printout from sim brief when you set up your flight, right? Your load, your zero fuel weight, takeoff weight, and all that good stuff, right? I'll just cue that stuff in, put amount of crew, passengers, cargo, fuel, load your aircraft, and it syncs accordingly. And then you go to your performance page and what have you, and you look at your performance and you put your information in for your performance and it calculates for you, right? So that's great. One more thing about the last version, which of course carries on to this new 1.7, but the previous version here, I really like this landing information here. So, as we get closer, we're gonna put this performance landing information in here, so it can tell us what the ideal speed is as far as our final approach during our glide slope. How much percentage of flaps should we be using as well too. So we're going to key all that in, conditions of the airport and all that stuff too. We'll put that in, calculate it, and then we'll go ahead and follow those instructions here once we get closer to the airport, preparing for our arrival. That's a plus, folks. It's fun. This flight, this aircraft is pretty enjoyable. This stuff here, up top here, it's not complicated. It's very straightforward. It's very simple here. This is like one of the most simplest, actually, I think, that I've seen as far as my overhead here, without so much being so busy neither. So this is pretty straightforward here up top. So it shouldn't be much difficulty as far as aligning and setting that up. But I have no issues with our altitude climbs, for our stage climbs. All I do is just put it on there and make a change to that, hit flight change, and it climbs to our altitude. As we get closer to our arrival, you'll see a few more things that we need to do in regards to our navlink page here. I put in our radio information for our nav1 for the ILS that we choose, the CRS as well too, our angle of approach. We'll put that in there too, so that when we make that turn for our final approach, we'll activate the localizer to capture it, and based on this frequency here, it'll capture a frequency, and then we'll go ahead and initiate the glide slope for approach. So that's just a quick overcap there, folks, on this here aircraft. Again, it's I mean, it's pretty impressive. I have no issues with this flight at all. Looks great. I love how these wings flare out too as as you climb altitude and what have you. You notice that they'll flare out more, and this is actually really how the flight operates as well too, with those flex wings, to allow it to have a better level of performance. Overall, I can say I give it a high rating as far as view, as far as looks and everything. No issues at all. It's let's see, that's a global view there. I'm sorry about that. Let's look at a quick fly pass. That should be a very impressive flight there. Yep. Okay, and for now, folks, we're going to go ahead and we'll continue on with our cruise altitude of 390. I'll keep checking in chats, and I'll do another report check-in with everyone in probably the next 15 minutes. So I'll do another report check-in and keep everybody updated as far as where we are, progress made, and what have you. So see you all in 15 minutes. Again, if you want to chat, go ahead and drop a chat. I am monitoring, still watching chats as we go along, and I'll speak out and answer any questions you have while we're in flight. So I'll be standing by here if anyone has any questions. Okay? All right, folks? All right, we'll be in touch here soon. Just continue flying. folks. Okay, we're back. Floating along here. So, kind of interesting that we still have some significant cloud coverage. Wow, it's I can show you all the weather package that I'm actually using. It's let me show you here, folks. I love this right. FS Global Real Weather. Oh my goodness! If you're not using it, I recommend use it, folks. This is the coolest weather implementation application that's out there. You know what I mean? It pulls that data into your sim real time. You see what I'm saying? So it look, here's coordinates as far as where we are, right? It's consistently updating. Like I think it's set for, I think like every 5 minutes it's set for updates, and you know it drops into your sim the current sky cloud coverage, overcast. Look at that, 33,000 feet overcast. I mean, it's gonna put it in your sim as you're flying. You got your altimeter and everything else too. Currently, your weather currently as well too. Tailwinds, wind direction, and wind direction, which accounts to in our point here, tailwinds here. So, but look at also, you know, there it is, 33,000 feet, 36,000 feet, or if you're 53,000 feet. You can actually, they make a judgment call too, as far as, hey, you know, well, maybe we should go down to, you know, maybe, I don't know, 33,000 feet is catching more stronger tailwinds there in the direction. So, you know what, this tool is so handy. Look, it just made an update. You see that in the background, what just happened? When it flickered, that means it just updated more current information again. So there we have it. But you know, by monitoring this, looking at this occasionally as you're flying along, it can then it's another, I think, a really great tool to be used to better help support your flight. I think this is great. So I use this here faithfully, global, real world. And you know, it hasn't given me any issues. It has not caused my system to crash. I've been using it over a year now. It's great. I love it. So, global, real world, folks. I definitely recommend that one. And then some of y'all probably are familiar. Y'all probably already familiar with this as well too. But looking at XPilot. XPilot is what I'm using here for NavSim here. You know, it's this is you know, I've used the other platforms, but for me, XPilot just seems to be more user friendly. It seems to be like you'll get regular updates, so they're constantly improving this platform. You know, I really enjoy it. The sound comes across as well too, as if it's a communication, real communication from like air traffic control, actually really in position, right, across the airways. It sounds so similar. So again, that adds the level of the experience to it. You know what I mean? It really enhances it. So I love communicating in this way now, in this manner, with air traffic control using XPilot. No issues with this here. Has not caused me to crash. One thing I must say with this here is that it monitors your frame rate. You see here where it says, here's a warning sign I got to. Some of y'all probably see it, probably get it often. Again, you might be familiar with this, but just in case you're not, you know, 20 frames per second, once you start getting below that, you know, it'll give you warnings and it kick you off. You know, those are controls they have in place. There's a reason why they want that to happen. They want folks to be on the network communicating with ATC and other aircraft that's actually being able to have a good amount of framework, so it doesn't show a lag and interrupting other pilots. I'm sure that's what it is. So, you know, I know it kind of sucks if you get kicked off, but it's measuring everybody as a whole to make sure that you don't have a aircraft just skipping across the screen versus it constantly smoothing. So those are fixes that we have to do on our end here, as far as I'm drawing down, you know, how much data we're we're pushing as we're in our sim. So the onus comes back to us to fix that problem there. But what they do is they want to allow the experience for other pilots to not have to have that level of interruption with that one guy that comes on there and his flight is just skipping across the screen because it's not capturing an appropriate a level of frames per second. So again, that's something that is another plus there for me that I enjoy using. See, so let's look at. So where are we? We're at 151 nautical miles from North 48, West 30. Cross that at 1914 Zulu, and right now we're at what's our time here? What is our current time? We're at 1850 Zulu is our current time. 10:25 minutes or so we'll be crossing that waypoint. Let's take a look at that on the map here. Let's look at this waypoint on the map, see where we are. Okay, here we go, right here. All right, good. All right, perfect. We'll be right there at that next coordinate here very soon. We're making great length here, folks. We're making good progress here. Let's look at VATSIM. Let's look at VATSIM and see how much real traffic we have out here that's flying with us right now. Okay, so there we are, right there, smack dab in the middle, right here. Let me see. This oh, we got someone else that's following us to Amsterdam here. We have what's this, a 747-8. Okay, we got 747-8 out of Miami that's following right behind us, or trailing us into. Let's see what this KLM's flight plan looks like. Uh-oh. Oh, now that right there is an indicator that let me go ahead and go out of VATSIM and go back in, or let me just refresh it and see if that fixes that problem that we just saw. VATSIM's not updating there. Let's see what's happening here with VATSIM. Let me pull that off onto the other page here. Let me just close that out and open VATSIM back up. Refresh that all together and see if that fixes. Could be a quick general server update or something with VATSIM, but we'll see. Let's see what the issues is. Okay, still hasn't updated yet. VATSIM does that occasionally. I would say that's something that happens, that occurs here, but it's not. I wouldn't even consider that downtime. They're probably just making updates here and get back to us here momentarily as far as allowing us to use the app. But folks, with that, let's just continue flying. Let's keep it moving here. We'll steady. Wait a minute here, folks. And before I do go, what is this from a distance here? Is that our KLM right here that we see at our 12 o'clock? Going to Afghanistan, sorry. Going to Amsterdam. I think that's our 747-8 that was following us out of Miami. Let's see. So Jordan asked if I have the version 1.7. Yes, this is the 1.7 update. I went in this morning and I nicely updated this 1.6 to 1.7. So yes, this is current update. 1.7. As we've been flying here, Jordan, we've been going through a couple things here and there in regards to the updates to this here aircraft that we found to be pretty cool updates here that we did find. Also, we find some things that they need to fix per these updates that we need to find. Nothing that's a slam dunk to cause any major interference with the flight, but overall, I think the updates are okay. The updates are fine. I've had no major tweaks or concerns here. But yeah, for the most part, I think they did pretty good updates. Well, let me see. Quick question. Do we have any improvements on frames per second compared to version 1.6? You know what? I mean, my frame per seconds, I've not seen anything to complain about so far. We left out of Atlanta this morning, and And flying through, I've had one issue with frames per second when we went through some very, very heavy cloud coverage coming out of New York through Boston, some high level clouds, and I was really messing around with the frame rate. I can't really say that there's an impact. It definitely did not go down in frame rate. I could definitely say frame rate's been holding pretty strong. If anything, it may even have an improvement that's there. I have no issues. I think that there has been a general improvement as far as frames per second. So yeah. So overall, am I impressed with this update? Yeah, I am. I'm impressed with this update. It's not bad. Jordan, since you joined us, Jordan, let me just let me show you something here real quick. Jordan, since you joined us here, something that we looked at earlier was this here module here. That Demis did ask the question. Demis asked the question about, if there are any ACARs, because we saw one of the upgrades with this version 1.7 that there's now ACARs, right? Let me see if I see where it is that they mentioned that within the site here. Let me pull that up too through XPlane. Bear with me. Let me 1 second here. I can pull it up while we speak here. Here it is, version 1.7. Okay, here it comes. All right, so let's take a look at this here real quick. So this area right in here, as far as this update, right here. Okay, ACARs using Hoppy. Okay, this is definitely something new. Associated that I'm aware of. Not sure if this is an enhancement from 1.6, but I've never knew that this was even here. So this might be an absolute new feature, updated feature here. Oceanic clearance request. So it seems to be pretty cool here. SimLink, SimBrief uplink to aircraft logouts, configuration, and flight plans. Uplinking to SimBrief. Yeah, I use SimBrief all the time. So this may be one of the ways as far as hitting a button through SimBrief, and it you just pull it down into your aircraft by going through ACAR. So again, I use that sometimes when I'm like in a rush, but I kind of like the texture of keying in every single of my waypoints, realistically, so I can really be very closely familiar with my absolute route from point A to point B. I like really drawing it out in my FMC and putting it in point by point by point by point by point. First, uplinking. Uplinking is an easy method, just get in and do it. But I really like taking the pleasure of keying it in individually here. But it's a plus. Here's the ACARs here that I think is that's that update that they're talking about. Yeah. I know. I think it's really nice, John. I'm really impressed with this here. When I go here and click on this ACARs, look what happens, right? They talked about this server Hoppy. You know what I mean? I want to play with this, right? But we know how things can occur, crashes and stuff like that. Let me test this out, folks, before we deep dive into keying this in and clicking on this and clicking add, so we don't ruin this here flight here. I'm going to test this out after this flight to see if there's any bugs here with this. And if it goes very smooth, then I'm definitely going to be opening up another episode for sure, very soon after this, and completely give a walkthrough tutorial of flight to engage this here. So that's going to be on a session, most likely following this one, after I test this here out. It shouldn't take long at all for me to get this going. I will say give me like a day, and I'll have another episode out deep diving into this. I'm very curious on this ACARs. I'm really curious as far as that interaction with SimBrief. I want to see what's enabled as far as capturing down and reporting to Oceanic as far as clearance. During Oceanic, we have to do what? We have to report position, right? Does this help support position through Oceanic? So yeah, a lot of questions to be asked here on that one, and I'm going to deep dive on that one and give you all some answers to that. So yeah, let's definitely look forward to that here coming soon in next episode. So Overall, I will say, good aircraft. Let's uh, let's just see. Oh, okay. So we're back up here. We're back up for VATSIM. Let's back up. That was the KLM that was next to us, folks. This guy is moving. Let me see. Let me check his ground speed at 632. We're at 620. Not a major difference, right? But it's just kind of strange how this guy's launching right past us, and we're pretty much matching close proximity and speed. That's really strange to me with this KLM that was right next to us. He was right behind us, then next to us, now clearly in front of us. So not sure how these speeds are, whether or not they're truly accurate or not, but we can take a look at it. Looking at the route, he's going to Amsterdam along with us. Same route here, except for he left out of Miami. We left out of Atlanta. Our route is he's also arriving in Redfin 1 Alpha arrivals, same as us. So everything close to. We got a little difference here. Gapley, he's using Gapley as far as the waypoint there. We're not. So we are definitely not using the same flight plan, but our arrival is the same actually. So that's that 747 here. Let me see if he's let me take an external view here real quick on that one, and let me just see if we last time we looked, he was literally right here at 12 o'clock. Based on that, he's up ahead of us somewhere here, right? Kind of strange going the same speed, how you can launch through so rapidly, so fast. Kind of makes me curious at that. No, we have good frame rate. Frame rate is good. We're moving at 617 knots as far as ground speed. So we are chugging along, folks. Looking at this, we have 122 knots pushing us as far as tailwinds. Winds coming from 282 degrees. So we are making good length here as far as moving along. So yeah. Let's continue on. Let's continue forward as we are. We're going to maintain right now at 390. We're going to maintain a 390 altitude as far as where we are. Everything is going really smooth. We'll take another. So let me. Yeah, I know, right? I know that tailwind is crazy. 122 knots. I mean that is something else there. That is a heck of a push. I mean, you see, we're going like 600 some odd knots, and we're getting along quick. Which goes to show the reason why we're going to be there in another 2 hours. I mean, showing from what we're seeing from VATSIM, we're going to be estimated to be arriving in 2 hours from now to be landing into Amsterdam. So, I mean, this flight was quicker than what I expected. Probably because we captured some very strong tailwinds. The realism of this game, I mean, I don't want to call it game, engineering tool. The realism of XPlane tool here, I tell you, to be flying and you're capturing real life conditions, I tell you folks, that adds to the experience big time. You know what I mean? That's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for the more intact realism that is given us when we have an experience for flying our flights to make them so much more enjoyable. So I tell you, that definitely adds to the experience, and I love it. I mean, it's great. So we got 2 hours before we arrive. We're gonna keep chugging along here. Top of descent is 1,200 miles. Expected at the 21:45 Zulu time, and yep, adds up right. We're at 19 Zulu right now. Let's go check out our cabin real quick, and you know, I tell you one thing that would be pretty cool if we actually did have if you actually saw movement around, if folks were boarded the flight, right, and people were actually on board. that would so add to the realism of this right now. You know what I mean? If you have people walking through the cabin, people sitting around, right, going in and out of the bathrooms. I know it'd be much more of data, of course, that we'll have to run if we had that, of course. But it's it'll be really cool at that. But for the most point, let's see, we're about to get we can go up a little more so we can get a view here. You can see first class up there. You got some nice lights going up. First class cabin up ahead. They didn't add much detail. They did no. As far as this version, I don't think they made any change with this version 1.7. As far as the interior, I think this has always been like this. Every time I've gone back here and looked in the in this area of this flight, it's always been really nice. I can't tell any specific upgrades. You see, so we got disconnected from VATSIM. No worries, we'll reconnect once we get back in the cabin. Usually does that, you know, when you go below, like I said, 20 frames per second. And usually this is a lot of data here that you're pushing through right here, which is gonna draw down on your frames, of course. I have my thing set for so high here, so if I came down off of it, I'll take away from the textures of it. But I think I'm really good right now as far as capturing good textures based on my settings. When we get back in the cockpit, we'll go ahead and turn that the XPilot back on, so no worries there. So let's look at the details real quick for you, any of you that have missed this the first time around that I did walk through this here. Let me see. So look at this. I mean this is so cool. I mean, these details, they are great, folks. This is good stuff. This is what I look for in aircraft. You know, look at the ambiance of that lighting. This is so real how it is. I mean, when I flew this 787, well, no, I didn't fly it. When I went on vacation, you know, to Italy, you know, I really wanted to get on a Dreamliner because I knew that once you hit a certain altitude, these ceiling lights will change on you to give you the ambience, right? Well, this game mimicked. This here tool actually mimicked that, folks. That's the realism that Magknight is going for with the aircraft. So this is going to be aircraft that's going to continue to grow, and it's going to continue to improve. So look at this, folks. Look at this. Look at the details behind this. Come on. This is great. This is good stuff here. This is really good stuff here. I mean, come on, look at that. I mean, this is really good stuff here. All right, so yeah, so that's it for the cockpit there, little cockpit tour there. And again, like I said, it's you know, this is high on my scale as far as one of my enjoyable flights here. It's kind of, we have to, when we're about to land, folks, you know, I definitely say look very closely at the things that I'm gonna do when we start our arrival. You know, take notes of it, because if you don't do certain things, such as like putting in your frequency for your ILS so it can recognize it and capture your localizer and you fall and hit your glide slope. If you don't put in that frequency, folks, you're going to be juggling at the end wondering why you're not capturing that glide slope, right? We're going to step through this here step by step to show the importance of putting that information in, so that when you arrive to your glide slope, the flight's going to capture it and it's going to bring you right on down to that runway. It's once you do all the measures yourself, put things in place, it's a very smooth operating flight. So no complaints, folks. It's a quick check-in with you. We're almost there. Journey across here, we're almost there. And you know, send your chats, send your messages through. I'm sitting here monitoring as we go along, and we'll just continue flying. I'll check in about 15 more minutes and we can recap and give you a good a quick update. Okay. All right. So again, feel free to chat, message anytime. I am watching chats and messages, and I'll respond as soon as I see them. All right. So let's continue flying. I'll be checking in another 15 minutes. All right, folks. All right, so let's let me do a quick okay. As I say to Oceanic, progress report here. So why not? Let's just go around and give a quick progress report on where we are so far, right? And treat it as such as we keep updates here in regards to our travels. All right, so let's see. Crossing. Let's see. So we'll be at coordinate north 50, west 20 coordinates there, and in 261 miles, crossing that in 1954 Zulu. Okay, let's move this out of the way. So crossing that estimated 1954 Zulu. Okay, and what time do we have here? 1954 Zulu, because about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes or so we'll be crossing that waypoint. Now let's take a look at the map. Let's see how we're looking on the map as well. Let's pull up our map and see. Let's first pull up VATSIM. VATSIM. Okay, let's put our aircraft in here so we can trace it. Okay. So one thing that, you know, my curiosity is driving me crazy here is that connectivity between this update and SendBrief. I'm gonna play with that tonight and launch another episode tomorrow after my research on that. Just in case there's any bugs, right, that may be there, they kick us offline. We're not gonna allow it to happen this round, so let me play with that a little. So guys, here we are. Where did that? Oh, guys, this isn't normal. Look at that KLM, the 747-8. It's impossible. Look at this here. The guy is. No, this is not right. So he's actually going slower than we are, and he's already about to land. Either he has it on ×4 or something. That's impossible for him to jump across the map like that. That totally takes the experience away, folks. Not normal. As a matter of fact, I'm actually surprised that VATSIM allows you to go full speed ahead like that without being shut off, right? Same thing with the frame rates. You go below 20 frame rates, you get kicked off, right? So if you ×4 and you're jumping ahead such as that, which is really not normal as far as for our traffic is concerned, right? Why isn't that being kicked off? So not sure how he's doing it. There might be restrictions in place, and if so, this guy might be like shutting off VATSIM ×4 speed, go back to normal, and clicking back into VATSIM. I'm not sure if that's what he's doing or not, but that is not normal, folks. For him to be where he's at right now, about to go in Europe, and he was actually behind us, and we're actually traveling further than him. So again, we're going to enjoy the experience of this flight as a normal flight across the map here, right? So this is where we are. Let's also take a look at let's look at our nav chart. Okay. There's our direct north 50 coordinates, north 50 west 20. It's right there. We have just a quick show. Oh, okay, so that's them right there. So after this next waypoint, actually after this next coordinate, we're going to be hitting our first waypoint, meaning that we are almost there, folks. That's be them and LSOX. Them and LSOX. So we're making good progress. We'll continue forward here. We're going to pull that off to the side. Folks, let's continue. See, where's this one? This guy didn't file a flight plan. I don't think he realized that he didn't file a flight plan. That's okay. It's VATSIM will send him Nice little note to say you didn't file a flight plan, buddy. File your flight plan. All right. So with that said, let's continue floating along here, folks, and we'll be checking in here. Push your chats, push your questions through. If you have any questions, whatever, send them on through. Or let me know. It doesn't even have to be about this flight. It could be about anything else in particular dealing with XPlane. I'm gonna tell you, I'm still learning as I go along here too. I'm picking up on a lot of things as I go along here. I like to know what your opinion is on certain things as well too, and ask me about mine if need be. But definitely open up for a level of engagement as far as chatting in regards to our experience here. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Again, I'll be monitoring chats, and if you come up with any questions, anything while we're flying here, definitely queue them in the chat stream there, and I'll respond to you. So with that, furthermore, we'll continue cruising at 390, and I'll be back with you soon, in like 15 minutes. Hey, Demas, I see you. I said, let me see. So, what was your question there? About your XPlane 11? Okay, all right. Let's do good. Let's do a quick progress report here. So let's get back in our cockpit. This is some broken up clouds there. Let's just check real quick, see how clean cut this this weather app is here. So looking at it, we're at 39,000, scattered 4,000, broken 30,000 as far as sky cover. That's about right. It's showing. Let me see. The winds are 180 degrees out of six knots. I think that's ground. I think that's ground wind there. That's okay. Yeah, okay. It is. It's not where we are as far as our current flight here. We're between we're between this 35 and 53 there as far as our altitude here. So we're this is actually ground capture there as far as the winds there. With that little little rooster there, I'm showing the winds out of 182. So we're at winds out of 2. Let's take a look here. We're out of look at some tailwinds here as well too. Winds out of 274 degrees. Oh wait, hey, we dropped down 69. Okay, as some of y'all have witnessed, this thing was up to I think around 100, 120 knots. I mean, we were pushed along here. What was pretty phenomenal actually. So we got the tailwind 69, which is still good. Not bad. We'll continue with that. Continue with that tailwind there, pushing us right along there. It's going to put us there at the top of our descent, 894 nautical miles. From here, we are expecting to be at top of descent at 2135 Zulu. Expecting to be in Amsterdam at 2203 Zulu. So that's right around the corner here, folks. We're almost there. Let's see. Let's look at what VATSIM is giving us estimate for our flight time here. Less than 2 hours. Okay, hour and 48 minutes. We'll be arriving in Amsterdam. Okay, which is good. All right. Let's also take a look at our map real quick. Nav chart map. Okay. We're about to hit this this next coordinate there very soon. North 50, West 20 coordinate. Let's start. We're going to start looking more and more at our arrival here, folks, as we get closer and closer to Amsterdam. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and check now to see what the winds is out of from Amsterdam. Let's check that real quick here. Let's pull up our ATIS. I'll show you how I pull my ATIS here, how we pull that up. Not sure. We have different ways of doing it, I'm sure, but you know, I have a little quick way of doing it here. I use meter.vatsim.net, and I say this is my favorite. Just drop in my my airport hotel in there, and it gives me that current ATIS as we speak. This is the easiest way that I do. It's like pretty much at my fingertips there, and I can pull up the ATIS to see what is at the airport. So that's very helpful, right? 200 winds out at 260 at 7 knots. So that still gives us a wind to still capture down on our approach that we currently have right now. Our approach into Amsterdam coming in at runway 27 still. All right, so that's still current. Looking at our arrival. All right. Redfin 1 Alpha arrival. Let's take a closer look at this. Okay, there's our arrival there. Redfin 1. Transition for Sugal into our coming into towards our initial approach there. So from Sugal, let's see. I want to see this ILS 27 approach again. Let's take a look at that into Amsterdam. Okay. First, let's look at our airport. Take a quick snapshot at our airport. Here we are. We're expecting to arrive runway 27 right here. Now, when we first initiated our flight plan, the strangest thing is that, you know, I sometimes I really don't understand SimBrief as to capturing the type of aircraft you have in association with the proper runway to arrive in, right? So we have winds coming out of west, but SimBrief for this 787 put me on this runway 22, which is only 6,000 feet, so that was very strange to me. I think that the SimBrief can fix that. They need to go ahead and still work on that, right? As far as allocating the type of aircraft it is and adjacent to the type of runway should be appropriate for the results as far as your flight plan. All right, so we went ahead and went with runway 27, which is more appropriate for our arrival into Amsterdam, which is like 11,000 feet there. So let's look at runway 27 on our approach for Amsterdam. It's going to be arriving via the ILS, localizer approach. As you saw on our arrival, we were transitioned via Sugul. You saw when I mentioned coming out of that the star for our arrival. So coming from Sugul, as far as our transition, we're coming in at 112 degrees, right? We cross SPL, cross SPL, continue maximum knots we should be is at 220, right around this area here. We should be cutting into our looks like our initial I would say we're diving right into our glide slope, right? So looking at 27 into Amsterdam, glide slope comes out to here, right? Comes out to here. That's where glide slope is, right? We're intercepting this glide slope like right here, as you see. So we're gonna be bringing it right in. We're gonna be turning and descending at the same time. I estimate what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn on our localizer right about here, folks. We're gonna turn on our localizer right about here on this turn here. We should capture our localizer right into this here turn, right? And as soon as that captured, we're immediately gonna go ahead and do approach so it can pull us into that glide slope and bring us right in, right? And good speed control as well too, bring her down and extend our flaps and land in 27. So that's our approach. So the one thing that I said earlier that I mentioned that's very, very important about this aircraft is when you're bringing it in for your arrival, be sure that your nav1 is programmed accordingly. Now we're coming in ILS localizer 111, frequency 111 decimal 55, right? We're gonna make sure we're gonna program our nav1 with its frequency and our approach being at an angle of 267 degrees, right? How about this? Let's go ahead and set that up now, folks. Let's go ahead and set it up now. If it changes, we can change it later. No worries. Let's go ahead and do it now. So let's get into, one second here. Let me change our view here. Bring it right here. Okay, so, actually, let's just bring it here. So let me open this up a little bigger for us so we can see. All right. So easy way of doing it, right here, folks. Nav, right. Right now our comms right now is set to comm 1. Show you here. I think this is a better view here, actually. All right. All right, right now we got we're set. Our frequency set 122.8, which is standard, right? We got that already set, and then 132.975. That's we're not using that right here. So we're just focused right now on our initial comms radio tuning, right? We have it set right here 1 mic, right? So that allows us to transmit to and with air traffic control. They come online through XPlane. Let me show you what happens, folks, when you don't have this mic selected. Watch what happens up here in COM 1 in XPilot here. This is our communication module, right? But watch what happens when you don't select this. When you take that off, you lose all. You'll be wondering why I can't connect to air traffic controls, because you have to go ahead, folks, and make sure you initiate this and turn this here on, so you can have these here modules here lit up, prepare for transmission, right? So that's very important as far as communicating to and from air traffic control, and make sure these here are actually active. Okay. All right, for our setting up for our arrival, folks, for nav 1, so we'll go ahead and minimize the XPilot there. A couple ways we can do this here. Let me see. We can do it from. Let me see. Getting used to these here things here. Okay, that's fine. All right, so the method I use that makes it so much easier here, folks, is just pull up your FMC, go to nav, right? Go to nav, boom, and put your frequency in here. Put your frequency in here, and you should be all set. So let's go back to seeing what our frequency is for the localizer for ILS approach 27. So here it is, ILS approach 27. It's 111.55, right? Let's go ahead and put that in there. 111.55. Go ahead and put it for nav 1. Set. And our CRS is, what is our CRS, folks? 267 degrees. 267 degrees. We're all set. That's it. We're done. We're prepared for our ILS approach, and this is gonna capture that. It's gonna capture that frequency once we make that turn. As long as we have localizer established and turned on, not established, once we have localizer active and turned on, right here, we're gonna catch that frequency. As long as we're below, as long as we at or below that glide slope, the flight limitations, we want to capture into that path of that localizer. And then of course, once we see that we're turning into that glide slope and we're at an angle of descend into the runway, make sure we hit that approach here so it could lock in that downslope for the glide slope. So that's it. I want to just put that in there. Now, go ahead and discuss. Might as well just discuss that now and get that out of the way. We'll be talking about more of it once we get closer to the closer to our arrival. And let's put back on progress here. Okay. Wow. There we go. 785 nautical miles left. That's it. That's it. We're chugging along here. We crossed our last coordinate there, north 50, west 20, and now we're 135 nautical miles from our first waypoint, Denham. We're very close, folks. Making good progress again. We'll go ahead and check back in the next 15 minutes. So I'll get back with you, and then we're gonna, as closer as we get more, we're gonna really start tightening things down in preparation for our arrival. Right now we have time to really just go around, look around, talk about some things, and preparing the aircraft for the arrival for the time being in advance. So we'll be back with you in 15 minutes, folks. All right, thanks. All right, folks, let's do a quick catch up here as far as reporting our position. All right, so we just crossed Denham Waypoint. Denham Waypoint, that was already 2 miles. All right, that was pretty quick. All right, so our next waypoint is El Sox in 34 nautical miles. See, so you can tell that the sun's starting to come down slightly here, over here, and getting closer to Europe. We have approximately 611 nautical miles before we get to top of our descend. Expecting to be in Amsterdam in 781 nautical miles. Currently we are at Zulu time of 20:09 Zulu time, arriving at 21:52 Zulu time. So we're about I would say about a good hour out. Let's take a look at quick look also at VATSIM. Let's see what VATSIM says in regards to our positioning. Okay. All right. We are, about an hour out from arrival in Amsterdam. Hour and 20 minutes. So not bad. Not bad. We're getting there. I really think that tailwind that we had 120 knots. I still can't stop talking about that one. That really pushed us along really good. Right now we have a 41 knots of tailwinds behind us right now. Let's see what the recommended altitude we should be. We should be right now as well too. Let's check VATSIM. And let's just take a look at our plan here at VATSIM to see where we are. Okay, so we have altitudes of 370. 370s with I'm showing that they're maxed now as far as what's planned. We can always go higher than that if need be, but I'm always looking for good tailwinds, right? So top of the descent they have here on our plan at 37,000 feet. We're still cruising at 39,000 feet. Let's just check to see what the tailwinds are looking like. I'm always looking forward to saving fuel and getting there quicker. So 30, yeah, I think we're in a safe zone here, staying where we are. If we were to reduce down to 35, if you see here 35,000, we'll get a good tailwinds of 65 knots, 67 knots compared to our 41 knots. Not a big change, but is it worth adjusting our speed? I mean our altitude? No, not. Let's go ahead and stay where we are and continue our cruise. That won't be a significant difference as far as changing us arriving around the time that we're planning to arrive. Okay, let's take a look at our map here, folks, real quick. Let's check in and look at our map. Okay, we're about to make another turn here. About to make another turn to Irvine. We're about to cross El-Sox here really soon here, probably now. Probably gonna start making this turn. Boy, yeah, the dusk is coming. Like sun is definitely coming down. There's our turn there. There's our turn from El-Sox to Irvine waypoint. Okay, there we go. Nice turn there. Okay, we'll continue here to Irvine, 285 nautical miles there to Irvine. So where does that put us here on the map, folks? Let's take a look. So after this here waypoint, we'll be then connecting to Irvine. From Irvine, we'll be going to this to Kneecap, and I believe that's within another airways there. Okay, so we'll be right around this region here. All right. Okay, so that's our location there. That's a quick check-in there. As far as progress report, let's look at our legs here. Let's look at our legs. Oops, let's open that back up there. Okay, let's look at our legs. All right, so okay, we're let's see, add coup. I'm trying to see where about waypoint will be our top of descent. So once we hit Gaspa and Ratlow, it should be around the time that we start our top of descent between Gaspa and Ratlow. Let's look for that. Gasca and Ratlow here. I know it's got to be further along. It got to be like around here somewhere, further up this way. Might even be within our arrival already. Okay, Ratlow and okay, yep, it is going to be right around here. There it is, right there. So between these waypoints right here, let me open up further. Okay, right here where I got highlighted at, right here, where this airways is M179, is where we're going to start our descent, or right around here. Okay, so we're going to start our descent right around this area here to bring us into. We got to cross Radfa below 23,000, so that makes sense. That all adds up, right? So that looks like, yeah, that connects well. Okay, so then we'll be starting our descent then. So okay, let's bring that down a few notches. Let's really bring some our instrument lights up. Make sure our lights are. See, those are heaters. Let me look at our lighting here. Make sure I bring that lighting up. See, as though we're starting to get dusk here. Okay, panel lights. Bring all this up. Keep all that high. Instrument lights, keep that up. Contrast lights, good. Charts, not work. We're not using charts. Internal charts. Work table, not using internal work table. Let's look at our instruments here. Okay, yeah, let's look at these. Let's see, make sure these lights are tuned up high here. Okay, yeah, let's keep that up high for now. Floor lights, let's keep the floor lights bright. Keep them up right there. We'll tone them down if we need to. If they become too bright, as far as our floor lights. What other lighting do we have here as an option? Let's go up top and see if we have any more instruments for options for our lights here. Okay, so our storm lights, we already have storm lights on, so let's lighten up the panel there. We do have some options here. Let's see here. Let's zoom in on these options here. So contrast, keeping that high. Let's keep everything toned up pretty high here. We can always tone it back down if it becomes too bright in here, but we'll keep everything high right now. Seeing as though we're about to get dusk, let's go ahead and put our logo light on. No point in putting wing lights. We don't need wing lights. Auto light testing. Let's just keep that on auto. Master lighting here. I think storm, it triggers master lighting. Reason why that's on fully right now. Overhead panel. Keep that high. Dome, keep that moderately high as well too. Okay, let's I think that's good right now in preparation for it to become dusk here, before the sun goes down on us. Okay, all's looking well. Let's take a look at our fuel. Okay, center emptied out pretty soon into our flight. I think once we got out of once we got around right, we were leaving probably like a couple hours into our flight. The center became empty, so we went ahead and shut that off. No point in having those pumps on. status. That's for status, electrical components, hydraulics, all operational. Air intake, all looks good. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and keep it right now on. We'll keep it on fuel for now. All right, folks. With that, let's go ahead and I'll come check back in another 15 minutes or so. And give you another position report. Okay. I'll be back soon. right, folks, we'll be giving another position report and a quick update here, and give us like about 5 minutes. We'll dive back in, look at our charts, and look at our flight plan, and look at our maps, and prepare for our arrival to Amsterdam. Give us like 5 minutes, so we'll be giving a position report. All right, folks, give it a quick synopsis, a quick position report real quick here as well. So we're at, let's see, we're now down to 442 nautical miles for top of descent. Okay, we are at, the time right now is 20:27 Zulu. All right, top descent is 21:23 Zulu. Got less than an hour before top descent into Amsterdam. Right now, the winds are coming out of 270 degrees, around, I do believe, around 7 knots. Let me check our weather and into Amsterdam again. Get an update on our weather. Let's check and see what that is. Okay, second. All right, so let's look at our weather for Amsterdam here. All right, so yep, so now it's 260 degrees, 6 knots. So we'll continue the same plan we already have here. We're going to be landing westbound. We're going to be landing via runway 27. We've already set and prepared most of our FMC for the arrival. We'll deep dive further into that closer we get to Amsterdam, of course. And also, this is also an opportunity to see what other features and things of that sort has been engaged with this new version. While we're here, I think this is a good time also, folks, to start looking at this performance landing. I think we can start looking at this now. Let's go ahead and start updating this performance module here. Anticipation for our landing here into Amsterdam. So let's put it in our airport. Hopefully none of this has changed on us. So there's Amsterdam. Oh, I'm sorry. EH did that wrong there. EHAM. Interesting. Okay. So, okay, it does take 4 digits, which is good. That's correct. Okay. Airport. EHAM for Amsterdam, right? EHAM. Oh wow, it's not taking it at all. Interesting. Let me just play around with it. Let me just put a land on. See. Okay, nothing's wrong with that there. EH. Weird. Okay, so this is, we'll come back to this here. We may have found another bug with this update here. It's not going to affect us as far as our arrival at all. This is just informative information that's good to have. We don't need this, but still, it's something that we're coming across. Okay, yeah, that's not. Take caps off and see if that makes a difference. Ah, there we go. So if you ever come across this, folks, we just learned something here. If you're typing in your airport and it seems to stop off, yeah, I know. I thought it is kind of like a bug, Demas. This is like a bug because you notice as I was typing, it wouldn't take A, right? I literally had to hit cap locks, and I hit that, and I was able to type in the airport. So I shouldn't have to do that, right? I started off with typing EH, and it stopped. We didn't type the A, and then it took the M. So I was kind of hooked up here until I decided to hit cap lock, and then I was able to put it in. So that's very strange, folks. We just came across another another slight bug here, but at least we figured it out, right? So let's go ahead and put our runway there, 27, right? Condition is good. All right, wind per let's look at our ATIS. The winds are 2 degrees of 260, 6 knots. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that in there. 260 degrees. 260 degrees at 6 knots. Okay, this is going to be in Celsius, so it's going to be 07. Okay, QNH is going to be 1008 QNH. All right, we can go full on the flaps. We got 30 there set. Full reverse, auto spoilers, auto brake. See none, landing weight. See what happens when we hit calculate here. Okay, so what is it telling us? Let's see what this message says here. Okay, performance not valid for overweight landing. So we're gonna find out what our landing weight is. So the way to do that, let's go back to our flight configuration. And what did we originally set as far as our estimated landing fuel? 42,000 feet, right? Is what we estimated when we did all of our calculation, where zero fuel weight, fuel on board, travel, what have you. We estimated 42,000 pounds, right? So let's go back here to this performance, and let's put 42,000, not this mount. This is not the correct mount. So 42,000, and now let's hit calculation. Operational landing distance is greater than landing distance available. Operational landing distance is different than operation available. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's look at it gave us our data that we're looking for, right? But not sure the reason for that pop-up. And the reason why I don't have a good warm fuzzy about that pop-up is because of this, folks. We have plenty of runway for Amsterdam for runway 27. So let's just take a look at that real quick so I can demonstrate and show you all just how much runway we have. Right? So here's our airport for Amsterdam. We're coming in runway 27. That 27 is 11,000 feet. We have well enough operational airport to land on. So that could have been another small little bug there as far as calculation, as far as that runway length there, and due to how much weight we have. So that could be something there. That's weird. Okay, so what do we have? We have our V speeds. It's already showing us what our V speeds are going to be estimated. So at 30 degrees, a plus of 5 knots will give us a landing of 173 knots as far as a landing. We can also have with our flaps fully engaged at 30 degrees there, we can also be a negative, take that down 5 miles an hour less as far as 168 I mean. We'll go ahead and settle with the 168. We'll go with that as far as the options for our flats there. So that's good. It even knows, you just saw what I demonstrated on that flight plan as far as the distance on our runway. Well, it looks like they're capturing that distance. Look, it's 11,000 feet, right? So they see what we see. The information that they have on the charts is right. So this is a plus that it's actually capturing data. But that pop-up sign was just totally strange to me. Didn't really make sense. We're in good enough operational weight and what have you in support of landing into Amsterdam. So we are good. So that's something we'll keep this here. We'll keep this here screen up here. Reference back to it when we get closer to our arrival here. So that's good information to go by. Oh wow, sun is surely going down on us quick here. Look at that. Wow, it sure is going down quick. Let's get a quick outside view here. We'll let it sit like this for a few minutes, and then we'll dive back in and give another position report here soon. For like 15 more minutes, and I'll be back for position report. We're getting closer and closer, folks. Be back in 15 minutes. Okay. So Demas, so the step climb, you asked, you not step climbing. No, we didn't step climb. Well, I'm gonna tell you, we did do a step climb, but our top altitude is supposed to be 37,000. You see that we're actually at 39,000. We initially started off at 35, went up 4,000 on this flight. Now, the reason why we did a early step climb was because when we were leaving Atlanta and we were at 350, when we got around Northern Virginia area, Dulles area, going into New York, going into Boston, the cloud coverage were where we at with 350 were just so high, and we were ripping through that cloud coverage for a quite amount of time. I was a little concerned about that. Didn't want any moisture and anything build up on our wings, whatever, just to keep it safe. I just went ahead and took a few step climbs early in the flight to clear us of that high overcast that we were actually flying through. So I took it up to 370 then, and it kind of seemed like we were kind of out of it, but then we got slammed again with a bunch of more higher elevated cloud coverage, even at 370. So once I did a final step up to 390 early in the flight, it cleared us of all that. So unfortunately, I did it just because I felt like it was the best thing to do without having to deal with going through that cloud coverage so early in the flight, putting any potential strain on it, and keeping from having to have any concerns of any ice buildup. Even though we still had our anti-ice on, still, if we can avoid it, let's just avoid it. I took a high climb, step climb early in the flight, and just continued at 390 all the way through. So there was no looking at our also looking at our plan as well too. They didn't have anything above 370. We're at 390. We'll stay there. We could have taken it much higher, of course, but I think we're getting really appropriate tailwinds right here at 390 is where we decided to keep it at. So good question asked, because I tell you, pilots, they do this. They have plans already in advance as far as levels of tailwinds throughout their flights in advance. So while they're flying, of course, they're going to adjust their altitudes up and down and what have you, just to get that good push, right? I did take a look at that while we were flying. If anything favorable for us as far as our flight here, I didn't see anything that was beneficial for us changing our flight level 390 that was going to push us along any faster. So we stuck it here and we kept it going throughout the flight. So this is where we are, and we just maintained 390. So good question there, Demas. Let's see. So let's see where we are, folks. Let's do a quick check-in as well, and feel free to anybody. Demas, thank you for your questions, Demas. I really like the how much engagement you're demonstrating this here. I really want to always keep it open for questions to be asked and things like that. Sort well too. I tell you, it takes so long to get to the point of being able to for me in my position as well, being comfortable to be able to speak and articulate on certain things. There's still a lot that I'm learning too. I've been doing this for a couple of years here, but still there's so much for me to still learn. I'm sure I could probably learn a lot from you all as well too. So I love the experience of a flying here on XPlane, and definitely looking forward as far as clapping my license here in the near future, hopefully. Plans with that considered. So keep at this and see how I like it, and go from there and see where it takes us. So let's see where we are. We're at let's get our progress here. 22 nautical miles before we get to Abduk waypoint. Let's take a look at it here. All right, there we go. Almost Abduk. We're already crossing, like we're already in the UK already. Okay. I think we're gonna be joining air traffic control here. Let's look at something here. Oh wow, we got a lot of coverage here in Europe as far as ATC. let's look at our VATSIM map here. Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is us right here, highlighted. London has see, so they got ground tower and they got approach active as far as ATC. We do have air traffic control monitoring Amsterdam. So once we get closer to that airspace, folks, I will be chiming into their frequency and do an initial contact with center once I get in the airspace here. So yeah, so that's great. That's good. So a little more interaction with some pilots and air traffic control so closer we get to Amsterdam, which will be really soon. So looking forward to that. Hope they stay online. Okay, and we'll get back to our X-pilot here, and then keeping track of our frequencies here as we go along. Okay. Yeah, I know, Demas. I know that's really cool, Demas, that we have ATC in Amsterdam. It's kind of interesting, especially when you hear the chit chatter going back and forth from pilots and air traffic control, and sometimes you can tell they lose patience with you sometimes, and sometimes you're like, hey, you guys, come on, but let's make this enjoyable. There's still folks learning and stuff too. Be patient with them, provide a little guidance, right? Is what you expect them to do. But there's a couple air traffic controls you can tell that has that level of patience, and then there's others just be like, oh, I need to, understand your procedures before you start flying, and we got it, but still, let's make it fun, let's make it enjoyable, let's make it an experience. Let's keep it to the point that folks keep coming back and wanting to continue flying, So they need to kind of look at that and be well-rounded with that for all the participants this here. So I take that as far as level of importance there. They need to demonstrate. Yeah. See, so let's look at our map too, a Navgraph map. Let's see where we are. Okay. We're done that. We're going to keep our red F1 alpha arrival in place here based on what we're seeing right now. Let's do this. Let's open up XPilot. I want to add something at the end of my plan here, right? And then usually they see this and they say, okay, well he wants runway 27, whatever. I usually do this at times, and when they see it, it doesn't interfere with the plan, but at least the air traffic control will see what my plans are, right? Runway 27. Runway 27 is appropriate for the direction of the wind, right? Sometimes they see that, and sometimes they really don't. Sometimes they pay attention to it, sometimes they don't. But we'll go ahead and file that and leave that in place so that he'll know that what our plans is to land on 27. As a courtesy reminder, if he wants to land on a different runway, we'll take that into consideration in just our flight plan as we're getting closer to Amsterdam if need be, if he cannot honor us arriving at 27. So we can easily make that change as we're flying here. No worries. If we come down to that. That's the reason why, importantly, folks, preparation always in advance. Preparing. As we get a little closer to, we're going to look at our misapproach procedures. In case we miss our approach for 27, we're going to know exactly what to do. Okay. I don't want to. We can look at it sooner or later, but I'd rather look at it closer we get to it, so it can be clear in our head as far as what actions we take if we miss that approach, right? So we'll look at that closer as we get to this as well too. Very, very important piece there. Things do tend to happen. We just got to be prepared for it and plan for it accordingly. Let's see. I'm not seeing. Am I still on? I should still be on. Yes, I'm still on XPilot, so not sure why. Okay, let's do execute here. We'll pop up on here on the grid here again soon, I'm sure. Oh, there we go, right there. Actually, we are right there. We are still there. Looks like VATSIM's doing a quick general update again, but we are right there actually. Okay. All right, so we'll come back to that. Draw down that plan there, and keep riding out. We'll check in. Let's give us another 10 minutes or so. I'll make our check-ins a little bit more quicker now. I'll be checking in the next 15 minutes or so. Give us quick position report as far as where we are, and we'll continue flying. All right. Be back in like 10 minutes, folks. All right, folks, we're making our one of our turns here. This turn right here we just made is sending us right in our direction that we need to be going to Amsterdam. There, we just crossed Numpo, and now we're en route to Hubjo. 26 nautical miles from there. Actually, you know what? Let me see. I'm wrong. There we go. Now it's updated. Crossed CPT and now April and 33 nautical miles. So there we are. We are traveling at 558 knots. Okay, and we got some good tailwinds behind us. 76 knots of the tailwinds behind us still. Let's look at our map. Let's go check in on our map here. A couple maps here. Let's look at VATSIM first. See if VATSIM updated for us here. There we go. Okay, so VATSIM has not caught our turn yet. We're gonna be coming like right around through here and directly into that. Oh no, folks. So Amsterdam signed off here. I'm anticipating them to jump back on because Europe is getting pretty live here. As you can see, all the air traffic controls are starting to jump online here. I wouldn't be surprised if he probably chimes right back on as soon as we get in his airspace here. This is Amsterdam right here. Looks like they still have what they have ground ATC still on board. It could be just doing a changeover, and usually this is their busy hour, so I'm anticipating them to be jumping back on board here soon. So Ben Montgomery, is this the new updated copy of the plane? Absolutely. Yes, Ben. Thanks for your message there. This is the latest and greatest version 1.7.0 that I believe was released just a couple of days from XPlane. I'll give you a recap, Ben, and bring you up to speed here as far as a couple things that we discovered with this here update here. We had a lot of good participation from folks too, Demas especially, as far as finding out all the bells and whistles that we experienced through this new version. The awesome things. Yeah. No problem, man. No problem at all. Just need to download it. Yeah. Download it. There's a couple optional ways of downloading it too. They tell you, hey, it's quicker that you just go ahead and download it directly, from the site, which I recommend that too. I went in this morning, deleted completely the aircraft I had, and went right back in and did a fresh download, and boom, there it was. And it worked flawlessly. I have not came across anything major at this point, Ben. There's not been anything major that I could say is a game killer here on this. We're loving the flight. It's amazing here, but yeah, we do have some time to just touch base on some of the key things that we did discover, right? Let me just I'd go through it here real quick with you here, Ben. No problem. And again, thanks for joining. So when you look at our the performance of the module here, this QNH here. This QNH is not being friendly with us. It used to be to the point that it can go either altimeter or QNH, right? Mode. Right. Before it was, the previous version. When you put in your altimeter up here, right, and you change it from altimeter to QNH right here, right. This right here will automatically update for you, QNH altimeter, right? Now it's totally stuck on QNH.
Stansted traffic Neptune 01 Bravo is Captain Glide Scope and have 5.3 to run.
Traffic there, okay. All right, so you're totally stuck in QNH here now. No problem for us, no game killer for us. All we did was just put in our altimeter, hit the switch to QNH, and put the QNH number there, all right? So that's what we had to do on our departure. We're gonna have to do that again for our arrival, I'm sure too. I'm sorry, you're looking at performance landing, right? So performance landing is where we are demonstrating right now, but this was similar with the departure. It would not allow us to out of Atlanta put in a altimeter. We had to go to QNH mode and put that QNH number there. So that's one thing that we did find different.
Unicon traffic, radio 20 Tango
with,
November,
this version.
Barclay on a heading of 060 for
Another thing is too,
Stansted, ILS
that was pointed out during this episode was come down here to this area here for you. This ACARS. So we saw that ACARS was an updated feature as well too. At first I could not figure out where the heck is this ACARS thing located at, right?
Neptune 01 Bravo.
Come here under ATC review. It's where we found the ACARS right here option. So this ACARS option under manager is where we go to actually go into this here section here, and I believe this is like a communication module here as far as connecting your clearance for like oceanic and what have you, ATC and what have you. Now I want to hold off from actually testing this while we're in flight. We have a long leg flight here, and I did not want there to be a bug and kill our flight, right? So what I'm gonna do is after we land here in Amsterdam, I'm gonna go back to the test board here and give this a quick shot and test this out here. Our next episode, as long as there's no bugs or anything like that, I'll be able to get a good demonstration on this here on next episode. Say, okay, Ben, you say interesting. Yep, I'll have to give it a going soon. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So definitely, Ben, give it a shot. I like to see you come back here. We got some more episodes too, Ben. If you happen to be leaving here, you see you're going soon. Thanks for joining. Like and subscribe. There's more to come here. I'd like to have part of the crew here to enjoy these here next episodes we have. So thanks for joining, Ben. And yeah, anytime send me chats, messages, or what have you, any questions that you may have. Okay. We'll continue forward here, folks. Okay, so let's and cheers, Ben. Have a good one. Take care. Let's take a look at our plan, folks. See where we are. Okay. Okay, we're crossing Gasbro soon here. We are almost out of the UK here. You see, we're almost out of the region there. We got let me see, we have top of descent in only 22 nautical miles. Let me see, Ben just said let's see, just look forward to coming back. Okay, yeah, great, excellent, looking forward to seeing you, Ben. Definitely for the no problem for the tips, and hopefully see you soon. Yeah, thanks for joining. So let's folks, we got 18 nautical miles here before we start our top descent. Let's plan for it now. Let's go ahead and get our altitude set here in place here for our descent. Okay. All right. Right now, let's look at our star and see what procedures that are in place in regards to arrival. So, the altitudes that I'm seeing is specific here to, let's see, Sugel. It looks like we have to be under 10,000 Sugel. No, here's first one here, under 23,000 once we cross through Red Frog. So let's go ahead and just take it on down to 10,000, folks. Let's go ahead and take our initial descent down to, let's take it down to 10,000, okay? Let's take it down to 10,000. Okay, let's just take it on down to 10,000, set it. My expectation is that it's gonna automatically descend when it crosses that 7-mile marker at this point. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. That's the plans here for that, for us to capture that automatic top of descent here and start the plane starts responding to that accordingly. Let's see, is air traffic control back online yet for Amsterdam? No, but we do have a lot of traffic going into Amsterdam, as you can see, right? We got a lot of folks still coming in there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pop up on us. See, where are we located here on the map? We are right here, actually. Yep, we're right here, right there. Okay, so let's see, top descend, we just crossed it there. It did not automatically do it. Let's hit flight change, and we're starting our descend now. Okay, and let's pull back on our throttles, let's slow it down. Put some flaps up here.
Think rate. Think rate.
Let's
Think rate.
let's bring it down here. It's descending pretty quick here because it didn't automatically descend, as you noticed. We got our flaps should be deployed as well too right now. Can't really tell because it's nighttime, but I went ahead and deployed our speed brakes there. Not flap, speed brakes. Deployed our speed brakes there to kind of slow it down a little bit.
Think rate.
Get it down to
Think rate. Think
get it
rate.
down to 250 knots is where we want to get it at.
Think rate.
Let's do this here. Let's pull back on this lever here.
Think rate. Think
Okay,
rate.
and
Think rate.
there we go. Make sure our flaps
rate.
are deploying.
Think rate.
I'm sorry, speed brakes are deploying as they should.
Think
Just pull
rate.
back on that just
Think
to make
rate.
sure. Let's get the speed down to 250 knots. And we are descending accordingly. Okay. Zoom in here a little bit more. Okay, continue our descend. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and relieve ourselves of our speed brakes there. Of our air. There we go. We just relieved them. Okay, continue down. Let's bring in our range here for our instrument there. Okay, so we continue our descend now. We got a normal now descend at this point. Had to catch up with itself to be right on target as far as the descend. We'll be crossing Radfa, as you saw what the plans were. Crossing Radfa at below 23,000. So we got 26 more miles before we cross below 23,000 for Radfa. So we're making a good descent here on that. More preparations for our arrival, folks. More preparation for our arrivals. Let's look at our misapproach for this runway while we're descending. Let's look at our misapproach. Let's go ahead and bring up 27 as far as our approach for Amsterdam. And let's see what the procedures are for misapproach. So let's see. All right, misapproach. If we miss our landing, we're going to continue runway heading at 267 degrees. We're going to continue that heading there. We're just going to go straight out, right? If we miss our approach, let me see what else it says here. Climb to 3,000 feet and maintain course of 267 degrees. Inform ATC immediately. So there we go. Keep it nice, sweet, and simple as far as misapproach. We're just going to continue a runway path of 267 degrees and climb and hold 3,000 and contact ATC for vectors from there. So that's the easy misapproach or procedure there. There's no turns on none. Just go straight and ask for what next actions are needed from ATC. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we're coming on down here, 26,000 feet, and descending. The weather's nice. Let's see, we got some good traffic coming in. You probably hear some more communication. Other pilots start coming on board here and speaking on the frequency here that we're on for the arrival of Amsterdam as well too. So continue forward here, folks. All right. Okay, we're approaching Radfa here. 6 miles. As long as we're under 23,000, we'll be right on target here. Let's go ahead and make sure that let's see our okay, our anti frost here is on for wings and everything. Our engines, we're good there. All that's set. Let's go and turn the lights on our wings here. See if we can get a good view of that. Oh yeah, okay, good. Good. Wings are lit up there with the lights. Okay, it's good that they have that. Looks good. Okay, we're banking a turn here as well. Let's get back to the cockpit here and see. Yeah, we're banking to the left here. Just crossed Radfa. Some cloud coverage here. Should be getting below that cloud coverage here soon. We have our cross check here. We do have our nav 1 set for runway 27 for the approach. Frequency 111.55. Direction of 267 degrees. Already set in the nav. We're good there. Cross check on that. Progress here. Let's look at. So yeah, let's. Oops, I didn't mean to close that out. Let me open that back up, folks. A second here. Okay. All right. So let's look at something here real quick. Let's look at our altitudes. All right. All right. For our next waypoint is going to be at Salute. All right. And we need to cross and Salute at in 32 nautical miles, around about 15,000 feet. Okay, so Salute at about 15,000 feet. Let's bring in our range a little more on our instruments there. Good. Okay. We should be at 290 knots as well. Check. KATL looks good when we cross Salute. Alright, and 28 nautical miles, we should be crossing Salute at around about 15,000 feet. Okay, I just double checked on our ATIS. Our ATIS is the same as what it was, except for it went up a couple knots. It was 260 degrees, 250 degrees, same direction as far as the wind. Traveling at 08 knots. Okay, QNH 1008. We already have that set. We're good there, and we'll just continue forward. Yep. Okay, so we are in our star. Do the overlay for our star here. Right. We are in there, folks. There we go. There we go. We are almost in Amsterdam. We should be able to see the city actually if we had clear sky from where we are. So we're gonna turn on Salute, then a Suggle at below 10,000, and then we'll go ahead and set our speeds to. I'm sorry, set our altitudes as we go along here. Okay. All right, nice subtle descend into Amsterdam. We've already crossed 18,000, so let's go ahead and set our QNH. Let's go ahead and take it off the standard, and we got QNH of 1008 is our QNH. Okay, and we should already have that set up too as far as our performance. Let's just double check. QNH 1008, yep, we've already set there. And again, as a reminder, folks, that's why I want to keep this up here. You're gonna be watching these here as far as our final speeds. I'm gonna set it for 168 knots on that final approach there. During our glide slope for our entry into runway 27. All right, so I'm gonna keep that up there as a quick reference. Let's see what message do we have here on the board. Let's see, what is that? Barometer set disagree. Barometer set disagreement. Interesting. Okay, that's our QNH there. Disagreement with the QNH, but our QNH for Amsterdam is 108. Currently 1008. We're showing 1008. We'll figure out what that disagreement is, but it's not going to be anything to it's going to be anything that's going to be alerting to us right now. We'll continue on forward. Keep an eye on that and see exactly what that means, if it makes sense to it later, dealing with our altimeter. Okay, we've turned there. We've made another turn, so we'll be crossing Sugel. What's this at between 7,000 and 10,000 feet is what our altimeter says, and that's what we have here, between 7 to 10,000 feet. Okay, so we set that appropriately. At this point, I'm gonna go a step ahead now. I'm gonna go a step ahead on our altitude. Okay, let's look at our plan. Make this a little bigger here. Let's look at our plan and let's start looking and planning ahead as far as our altitudes. Okay. Let's move this. Check our next page here and see. 2,000 is where we're going to end up being when we capture a glide slope. For right now, we got see from 3,000 to 5,000. Let's just go ahead and take it down to 3,000. We'll set that down for 3,000 so that it can. We're trying to get it to automatically, respectfully cross these here. I just put in that designated altitude. We're going to do 3,000. We're not going to do 2,000 as of yet until we get much closer. Okay. So let's see. We got pulled back a throttle here. We notice the throttle went back on us, right? It's trying to slow us down. So let's assist it a little bit. Let's pull back some our air brakes here, speed brakes. Pull it down, bring it back. Slow it down to 240 knots where it wants to be. Give you a little assistance here on that, as you can see here. Okay. We're about to put on our landing lights soon too. We're about to cross over 10,000 feet. We're coming down nicely, folks. Coming down nicely into Amsterdam here. Okay, let's relieve ourselves of those speed brakes there, and we'll keep our FMC a little blown up here so that everybody can see it as we're coming down. A good practice. Good practice is this, folks, is when you're crossing your waypoints and what have you, it's always good to adjust your header, right, to the direction. Especially if air traffic control comes on, they want you to turn immediately to 10 degrees left, whatever, you can do that, right? So let's just set our header to 292. We're not going to initiate it. We're going to just set it so that it's like on standby mode just in case we need to do immediate deviation turn via heading. We can go ahead and do that. So we're just going to tweak this a little bit and turn this to. It's not going to affect our current. We're not setting the heading to take this route. We're just putting it so that we can have it set for its current positioning, which is 192 degrees. And if we need to deviate, we'll hit that select button, hit 10 degrees left, right, and it's going to go that way immediately, right? You know, a couple things that I've learned lessons with is that, you know, if I ignore that, right, and air traffic comes on board saying, United 1979 needs you to deviate immediately 10 degrees to the right, I'm going to have to take the handle and turn it, because if I don't have that heading already preset, I'm going to have to just manually take control of that and just turn the flight. But let's just keep all the controls in place as it should. Click to the right, 10 degrees on this, right? 10 degrees on that, and then hit select, and it'll automatically do it for us. So easier just to have that set in advance in case you need to go ahead and go to that immediately. All right, so let's see our positioning here. We've already finished crossing our star. We have our initial approach phase now, okay? All right, with this initial approach phase right now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at runway 27 ILS here. We're going to start coming off onto here and start getting closer on this here. So we're going to focus more closely on this, put this off to the side, okay? Monitor our altitudes. We got 27 nautical miles before we cross Sepal at 7,000 feet. Okay, it's descended nicely to 7,000 feet. It's following this here to the T as we want it to. Okay, that's what we want. Oh, yeah, we're below 10,000 now, so we have the pleasure of turning on some of our external lights here, the landing lights, and let's go ahead and just turn on. Well, just go and turn on those runway lights now. We'll turn the taxi lights on once we touch ground. Let's go ahead and turn that APU on as well too. Reason why I kind of like turn on that APU in this phase here, just in case you run across a situation with engine failure. You don't have to worry about turn on APU. It's already up and going, hit ignition, and fire it up again, right? So let's just keep that APU going at this level here, always for a good level of planning in case you have engine failure. All right, so let's just always folks, just always plan ahead. So let's allow that APU to sprawl up there, and we'll let's go to stats here. We should be on stats channel now and look at that page. Okay, and APU is revving up there. Okay, and looks like we're getting more closer to Amsterdam. It looks like it's definitely taking a little pull on the frames per second. It's kind of interesting. It may have been just downloading the airport at that time, causing that. So let's go ahead and bring that back online. And we wish that happens occasionally. No worries. Just hit connect and bring it right back online. No worries. So then now we're good. I would like my frame rates to be a little more, but I think I know a reason why they are where they are. You know, I have a lot of things running here, so that may be a reason why. Still got good performance here. We can go ahead and adjust as we go along. Okay. So looking at, we are approximately, there we go, coming out of these clouds. There we go. We're coming out of those clouds. They're slow. You saw that, right? A little peek through the clouds. Things are really improved once we come out of these clouds here. So we got 11 miles before we have to cross Sepal at 7,000 feet, and we're almost there. So let's just continue forward. Okay. Okay. And so we are showing up on the map, folks. We are showing up on the map. We're about to cross the Sepal here, and I'm gonna make my announcement that we are initial approach phase for all traffic, and then once we turn into our final, we'll let traffic know that final approach runway 27. Okay, so let's just continue forward. And we are still in this cloud coverage here. We're still in this cloud coverage. Let's take a look out externally. Yeah, still heavy cloud coverage here. That's okay. Okay, making really good. Okay, so 5 more miles. Once we cross SPL, we'll go ahead. Oh wow, okay, got some okay, coming out of cloud coverage. Look at that, wow. Okay, that's a view I like to see. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. That's the view I'm looking for right there. Look at that. Coming out of those clouds. We're almost there, folks. We are like right pretty much above halfway of the airport here. Okay, there's another turn here, and that's that turn taking us to let's see what waypoint this is. This is bringing us to the EH804 down to 3,000 feet. Let's go ahead and change our altitude down to 2,002. Let's go ahead and change that down to 2,000 so it can respectfully go to cross that at 2,000. Let's bring our maps in a little more. I know things are starting to speed up here, folks, but this is how it works. This is how it happens, right? Let's go ahead and see, we got a lot of runway. We'll put the auto brakes on pretty high. We can actually, I don't know, we can max out or whatever. It all depends. Let's bring our speed down too as well too. It's looking for us to bring our speed back. So let's put on some air brakes there. Speed brakes, bring them back. Bring our speed down a little bit here. We'll make our announcement to traffic regarding our approach. Okay, bring it down, and we'll relieve those air brakes there. Okay, so let's make our announcement to traffic regarding our approach. Let's actually let's take a look outside. I want to see. Wow, there we go. That's a view I want to see here. Amsterdam traffic, this is United 1979 Heavy, initial approach, runway 27. Okay, so that's communicated that, so we're good. Next step we're going to end up doing, folks, is we're going to trigger this localizer to start looking for our ILS once we cut into this turn here. Remember I told you how it seems like we're going to cut into this turn so quick that it's going to almost put us right into the glide slope, right? So preparation is that when we get right around here on this turn, let's go ahead and trigger up that localizer, and let's allow that ILS to kick on board and lock us in, right? So that's the plans. And also, as a reminder, our speeds will be down to 168. That's what we want. Okay. Make sure I record that and not forget that. That's where we're going to set it to. 168. Okay. All right. And here we go into our turn. Let's go ahead and okay, here we go. Good. Let's just turn on our localizer now. Okay, so localizer is not captured. It's not captured it yet. We've not captured localizer yet. Okay, it's still turning. It's probably going to capture it right around here. flaps down, speed down here. We are turning sharply into this. And there's our glide slope just pop up on us as well too. Let's bring our speeds down here. Okay, and we've captured our glide slope. Okay. Let's go ahead and take off the flight director. Let's take that off here. And let's also take off our throttles as well too. Let's disengage autopilot. We can manually bring her in. Okay, let's go ahead and line it up. Let's bring her down a little bit here. Let's turn to get back on pathway here. Let's go full flaps here. We're slowing her down. See a little bit of rain coming down too. It's all good. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring our flaps down. Let's go ahead and bring our gear down. Okay, we got full control of the flight now. We know to line her up right here and take a ride on in.
2500.
Let's take her down a little bit more. We're still a little high.
Think rate.
Down a little bit.
Think rate. Think rate. Think rate.
Let's take it down a little more.
Think rate. Think rate.
Okay. Got it.
Think rate. Think rate.
Okay, here's our runway, folks, right in front of us here. Okay, we're looking good. Let's continue on. Let's continue our sin here.
Think rate. Think rate.
Right. Put our speed brakes on armed our speed brakes. Bring the nose up here. Let's control our speeds. Let's bring her in, okay? Give it a little throttle. Let's line her up. Let's take her in. Folks, this was a tricky landing, I'll be honest with you. The way we turned in to this runway was extremely tricky. I would have felt more comfortable taking her down range more and bringing it back so we wouldn't have such a rapid descent on this arrival. I think we accomplished this very well on this approach, and we achieved it. So let's bring her down and let's taxi to our gate. Just line it up here.
200.
Okay, just lined up well. Keep our speeds up.
100.
Okay.
40. 30.
Okay, let up the throttles.
20. 10.
Okay. Well, those swirly on the winds there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, well that wind's caught us off guard, folks. Here, that was strange. That was not a clean landing. It's okay. We'll figure out what went wrong there on that. What got us swirly? What got us off the runway? That was a little crazy.
80 knots.
Interesting. I need to figure that one out on the next one, but we still end up. It wasn't the cleanest landing at all by far, but we'll definitely fix that. See, our flaps were deployed, brakes came on board there too. I noticed as soon as I touched ground that there was a gust to the left to push us. I ended up having to anticipate and have my foot pedals to get us back going the other direction. Kind of veered us off. So I don't know whether or not this thing is calculating correctly, cleanly, as far as touching and releasing itself to allow you to take controls. I'm gonna look at that closely because that really swirled us off like majorly. We weren't going too fast neither. we had good control of the aircraft until we touched down, and then it went swirly on us. So that's okay. We're gonna perfect that on the next round here. This was a good international flight for us to experience coming into Amsterdam. We did get here safely in one piece here. We did make a full duration flight. Landing definitely needs some cleanup on the landing. We'll make some short flights on the next one here, not so much long term here, to perfect that landing and see what occurred here and fix that going forward. That very seriously, that was user error there. We followed things to the T here, but it got extremely swirly on us once we touched ground and got our wheels on the ground. That was just very, very, very strange. We have full control of the aircraft, so we're fine with that. Let's go ahead and put our taxi lights on. Let's go ahead and taxi to the gate. Let's go ahead and turn off our landing lights here, folks. Put our taxis on. We'll go ahead and take off the runway turn off lights as well too. Keep it going. And let's just taxi on to the gate. Let me see. So a couple things here. We got to look at the pluses and the general minors, the little minor things that we found with this update here. I want to really look closely and see if the landings are affected by this update. I'm gonna check some responses from folks and see if they're having issues with that as well too. And yeah, I kind of hope it was more user than the update really, but I can't see what I actually did wrong to cause it to go swirly or down on touchdown. But we got it here in one piece here. Also see another thing here. This runway, this airport needs some updating, big time. There's like nothing here. There's nothing here on this airport here. I need to get a scenery here. Our next flight will not be international. Our next flight will be stateside here, and we'll fly another flight here as far as the 787 in the States here. Much more shorter term flight. It makes sure that we iron out all the kinks. Okay, so once you land, just keep in mind, make sure you turn off your strobe lights and all that once you land. Clear yourself of that. Consider ourselves already at the terminal. We'll go ahead and take it from here. But I'd like to just say thank you for joining, folks. We'll go ahead and end it here. There was a great flight from stateside to Amsterdam. Thanks for joining, folks. Listen, please like and subscribe. Next flight will be, like I said, a much more small duration flight. I look some things that I'm looking into that Demas provided us to look at as well too. Get some feedback on that, and we're going to perfect some landing here in the States. I see that the ground is wet, so maybe that caused it to be pretty slippery here in Amsterdam. That could have been a cause here as well too. So we'll iron things out and go from there. But anyhow, folks, thanks for attending. Please like and subscribe, and be looking forward to my next episode again. Ben and everyone else who's here, thank you for joining along with Demas for your input. Thanks for your engagement as well too. And we'll be sending out the next episode, and see you all soon. Thanks for joining.